Good morning, everyone. This is a joint briefing of the Committee on Ways and Means and Education. This morning, we're going to hear from the Department of Education, charter schools, the libraries, the School Facilities Authority, Executive Office on Early Learning, and the Department of Education. We will hear the fiscal biennium 26-27 budgets. So first up is the charter schools. Would you come up to the and introduce yourself? Morning.
Morning.
Chair, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ed No. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Public Charter School Commission. Thank you for having us.
Morning.
This morning. And with me is
PJ4, I'm the Deputy Director at the Charter School Commission.
Good morning. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Would you like to introduce anyone else that you brought
Yes.
here today?
We also have Danny Vasconcelos, our Financial Director, and Deanne Goya, our Early Learning Director.
Good morning. Okay, proceed.
All right, thank you. We'd also like to acknowledge our Chair and Vice Chair for the Charter Commission, Dr. Makalapua Alincaster and Alex Harris, and their support and our commissioners who were able to do the chartering work needed in Hawaii. So thank you very much. I just wanted to first start off by saying it's an exciting time. We are celebrating 30 years, acknowledging 30 years of legislation in the state of Hawaii, specifically for charter schools. And significant because in 1991 is when the first legislation happened in the state of Minnesota. And Hawaii was one of the first 10 states in the nation to actually start adopting charter law. So we actually have a great opportunity for the former senator of Minnesota to be here in Hawaii next month. I want to thank Chair Kirani for helping host that meeting and lessons learned on a national scale of what we're doing in Hawaii, as well as lessons we can teach others across the nation. So we have 38 charter schools currently within our portfolio, 17 here on Oahu, 14 in Hawaii, 5 on Kauai Island, 1 on Maui, and 1 on Molokai. And just as a reminder, we do have satellites in other states, but those would be the main, considered their main home base or their origins. We also have, of those, 16 that are pre or kindergarten through 12th grade, with 7 more who have 12th grade. So over half of our charter schools do have that secondary distinction of graduating able-bodied students to go and impact their communities and their world. In addition to the submittal you received, there's a lot of great news we just received from Hawaii P20 around the post-secondary work, and at the behest of our chair and our commissioners, it's to really look at what our charter schools are doing, students are doing post-graduation and beyond. So we have some, again, very encouraging news around that, and happy to share more at another time. For today, we are really looking only at the two EDN 600 and 612. There is no actual budget request, really. It's just a placeholder for our per pupil formula. It is derived through the formula through budget and finance. And so it's really making sure that the money's going to the appropriate places so that we can address specific actions that EDN 600 cannot do, as EDN 600 is distributed on a per pupil basis. The differentials, the hard to bill, those are specific for certain staff members. And so that the per pupil is would not be the best way to distribute those funds. So we've really been working hard with our partners to make sure that the monies get to the schools, that we can make sure we are addressing those needs for our teaching staff. So out of the 612, we do have here 3 items that I wanted to highlight, and that it would be the operations for the commission out of, again, EDN 612. Also the early education learning program and Hawaii Keiki Nurse. So today we have Danny Vasconcelos Jr., he's our Director of Finance and Administration, Deanne Goya, our Early Learning Director, and also from the University of Hawaii, the Hawaii Keiki program, Dr. Deb Mathias here to answer really more specific questions that you might have. So really, again, our budget requests are there. It's to seek additional funds for the hard to staff, our Hawaiian immersion differentials, and also that internal transfer from EDN 600 to EDN 612. And again, the expanded impact that Hawaii Keiki can have at our charter schools throughout the state. So we're really looking to expand the services because we've seen the benefits. Dr. Mathias and her team have great data around the impact of having Hawaii Keiki Nurse on the campus and how it promotes student well-being and the likelihood of students staying at school. So that's a really important service to have provided. So those are really the initiatives we have.
Thank you. Questions, members?
I have.
Okay, yes, Senator
Um,
Inoue.
Can you explain, this is the first time I'm seeing this, the budget in brief. The impact fee share. Can you explain what that does?
Impact fee.
Yeah, the impact fee share balance, it's in your, it's in your,
Is it tape?
yeah, it's in your budget brief. Okay, impact fee share balance, is it? I'm not sure what table that is. If you click, click on the budgeting brief,
I'm gonna invite Danny up to the mic.
Yeah.
Will help.
and there are several schools notified, and there's I guess, a lot of budget items in there. Can you explain what that is? Yeah.
And. Thank you, Danny. Oh.
Oh, you know what? Sorry. That's,
That's
it's not,
executive
yeah,
budget.
it's not this part. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Okay, but earlier you mentioned that, did you say you're going to consolidate 600 into 612?
But it's not a consolidation, but I'll let Danny explain the
Oh, okay.
mechanics.
Thank you.
So for clarifying that, we're actually moving funds from EDN 600 specifically for the teacher differentials. That's the transfer that Executive Director Noel mentioned. So again, this is just specific to the teacher differential funds. As he explained, we've been working with budget and finance and working with our money committee with you all, as well as House Finance on this for a couple of years. Money's going into EDN 600, usually have to be distributed on a per pupil basis, but these specific teacher differential funds are specifically for those eligible teachers in schools that are designated, have designated teachers, either hard to staff or the Hawaiian immersion differentials. So we're essentially asking for a transfer of those funds from the per pupil side of the fence to the commission side of the fence, where we can then distribute it just to those schools that are eligible, that have teachers eligible for those differentials.
Okay, I have another question.
So what, just on the differential,
Okay.
so is that comparable to the DOE, using the DOE standards in terms of differentials for your teachers?
Yes, we follow the same eligibility requirements as well as the same geographic designations that the DOE follows.
Okay, you have another?
Yeah, one more question. I had a bill last year regarding input from the charter schools with regards to their life of 5 years. And the question that came to when I became the Senate District 1 Senator, and Big Island, as you know, what's the difference? How many you have charter schools on Oahu?
17.
And Big Island has what? 15?
14.
14, yes. And so the communication request has been, because some of them want to enlarge or fix up their buildings because we don't contribute to providing funds, for buildings for charter schools. And so the ask is that they've been given notices when they apply for funds or an application to get financing from a bank or credit unions, it's too short a period. So the ask that we had, and Senator Kidani did sign on that measure as well, but he got stuck somewhere with the money committees. So, but all they asked if they could get the extension to 10 years, so they are able to get financing. And so that's why many of the charter schools are not making improvements, to their facilities, that they're either have it for simple or leasing from another, but they want to make some improvements on their campuses. And the 5 years is a problem with the banks and financial institutions.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that? Because you guys got to make that decision, right? Or approve.
Yeah, I appreciate the question in the comments, and I know you support many charter schools in your
Oh, yes.
district.
yes.
So thank you for that. So we do follow the National Association of Charter School Authorizers. That's kind of as a gold standard for authorization. So NACSA is the leading entity that provides, again, principles and standards, best practices. And we have in our current contract 4.0, we have the limit of 5 years, which is fairly, I would say, fairly good average nationally. There are other states that have beyond 5-year contracts. And that is something that we've had that discussion before, and it's something we'll definitely look into.
Yeah, will you consider increasing that to 10 years? Because it's not gonna cost us any money, right? All you're doing is increasing the 5 years to 10 years. What the other states that have that 5 years, or is it but you're saying other states have beyond the 5 years, yeah?
There are a few. I will get you the list of, maybe we can provide that, what other
Yeah,
states.
send it to the committee chair, but if you guys don't mind, because I think we're planning on reintroducing that measure again. But if it's something that you folks agree, maybe we don't have to do a bill. But like our chair says, if you have a plan, you don't have a plan, but if we don't, introduce a measure, then the discussion will stop right here today. So what I'll do then is continue to introduce the measure for this year then. But I appreciate your, bringing it up, because board has to approve it. Yeah, and you can communicate with the chair as well as send us some information.
Well, regarding the Board of Education approval, so our commissioners are the ones who do the approval of the contract. And the current contract is referred to as contract 4.0, and that one does define the term limits in currently 5 years. So
Yeah.
it would take, yes, a revision of that.
And I do have a couple of charter schools, they're on the hold with the financing company, so there's applications already being processed, but hopefully they're just waiting to see if we're gonna make any changes. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Nolan, to your team. Few questions relating to federal funds. So in your report, it's noted that you received 31.1 million in ARPA funding, but only spent roughly about 687,000. Can you explain to the committees why that is? And then second, as a follow-up to that, what has been your average amount of federal funds? I see for this budget request, it's 1.8. So are you anticipating with a new administration at the federal level for those funds to come down or remain the same? And how will that impact your budget?
Well, I will start it and Danny will finish it because he has the finer details. We definitely have been watching. We are participating in some around state education agencies across the nation to see what is the pulse and what will become in the new administration. So we're all definitely in a wait and see it. And that's what I can offer right now is different models that we're trying to work out.
To start off, the difference in the amount of funds spent and how much you receive. The commission serves as a pass-through for federal funds to our charter schools. So the DOE receives the funds from the federal government, then it allocates it to the commission, and then the commission sends it out to the charter schools. So in this case, you can see the majority of federal funds that come into the commission go out to the charter schools. So that's the reason for that difference in terms of amount of money spent versus what we received. Last year for 23-24, it was a little bit of a anomaly year because of the American Rescue Plan funds, the ESSER 3 funds. So that huge influx of funds raised that amount to $30 million. Usually we get about 10 million in total.
Are those funds lapsed or are they still, can you still
Those
utilize
funds
or draw down on
are,
those funds?
Those funds were distributed out to the charter schools. We worked with the department to ensure that the charter schools.
So you've used all 31.1 million of that.
That's yes, that went out to the charter schools for use for their.
Okay, because in the report, it says you've only drawn down 587,000.
That's how much money the commission itself expends versus the amount, like I said, the amount of funds that come in and then we pass it to the charter schools.
Okay, just want to make sure you weren't leaving any funds on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Go ahead.
I have a question on table 11, your vacancies. I noticed that you have quite a few vacancies, like 26 school teachers, this is page 19, 27 EAs. How do you account for that and how is that impacting your schools?
Yeah.
Again, I'll start with Danny, we'll give the finer details. So this is specifically referring to our early learning. Early learning program was distributed as positions. So of the 30 classrooms, we are building out the 30. So we have the 4 that will be actually opening up any moment now at Parkway Village. We're really excited about being the first pre-K only charter in the Kapolei area, as well as for the next several years, those classrooms being designated for early learning.
So how many early learning, there's 30 classrooms are going to get these 26 or 27 EAs and early learning school teachers?
So as part of the Ready KP initiative, actually, it's an allocation per classroom. But when it was translated, it got translated into positions. It's really an allocation per classroom, not a per pupil basis. And I'll let Danny again take us to the fine details.
And my apologies, Vice Chair, it should be 26 and 26. My eyes probably added an extra one, but yes, as Director No said, those positions are specific to those early learning classrooms. So as we work with the different early learning agencies to build out and expand the pre-K program, those positions are specific to the early learning pre-K expansion.
So these are all distributed by the school, these positions.
Yes, when an early learning classroom
When you-
opens,
And when is a timeline for any one of those opening?
So we do actually have the timeline of 30 schools. And again, we have the 4 opening up later this month, hopefully, or in the next month, as well as the applications for other pre-K only charters that are in the queue currently. And Deanne Goya, our sales director, we can leave you the projected timeline of all the schools being addressed.
and for the current year fund, we are working with the Department of Budget and Finance on lapsing. But funds have to be lapsed for those positions.
So you are at least trying to recruit. I mean, you're not waiting till the schools are open and then recruiting. You're going to have teachers there ready to go when you open.
So yeah, so we've been working with SFA, the Keiki First initiative, to ensure that we have classrooms. We have 14 classrooms that are already have designs going to open up within, I think, 2 years or a year and a half. Depends on how quickly we can get the restructuring of the facilities taken care of. We also have currently running right now applications for 9 pre-K only classrooms. So perhaps pre-K only charter schools that would function 9 classrooms with the intent of having those open next year, next school year. So that would be in July of 2025. We have the current classrooms that are in play right now. When Parkview opens, that'll be 4. So we have extended plans for the 30 classrooms. It's been slow getting it going this year. That's why those positions are vacant now. But over the next year, year and a half, we should have most of those, if not all of those filled.
Thank you, Chair.
You don't want to start filling and then just deploy them to existing schools, and when the school is ready, they can transfer over?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is definitely one of the challenges of the facilities discussion we had earlier of not having open available classrooms. A lot of our charter schools are to capacity. They are in different types of spaces that aren't like
I
conversion.
mean, I can see
schools.
maybe Neighbor Island that might be difficult because it could be far. But in maybe some other areas, they could have additional staff for now until the new school is open, and then they can transfer, just to start getting people on board.
Yeah, I would still say when Deanne actually
Right.
worked with all the existing schools, it was coming down to a capacity issue of
Meaning what?
available classrooms to be converted for early learning.
No. What I'm saying is that the existing school just overstaffed them. And then when the new school is open, then you move this. So it's almost like a training period. So they get distributed, they start working in the field. It's almost especially if they're new teachers,
Thank you.
get acclimated, and then when the new school is open, they transfer, they're ready. They're not starting from scratch, they're not learning from scratch. Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah. Are you coordinating with the early learning office? Because they also should be certified. So, maybe it's this training period as the chair says, that they can be in a school, but they're training, they're learning, and then they're ready to
Yeah.
go.
Once the
right?
new
Once
school
the
is open, yeah.
opens, Yeah. So I would suggest you.
I mean, especially if you have the positions already, then you might as well use it, hire people because it takes so long to hire. So
Correct.
just hire them.
Yeah.
Overstaff a couple schools. At that time, it's not really overstaffing because they're training
Correct.
while they're there.
Yeah.
And then when the new school is open, they transfer. And like I said, that might be a little more difficult in rural areas because it's far, but in some areas it might work.
Yeah, and the licensing is, very good point.
And you
as well.
might want to do it in the schools that you're going to open up so that you overstaff, as chair says, but you're training them and they're ready to go when the room
When the new
opens.
school is
Yeah.
open, yeah.
Thank you. You guys have both asked my questions already, but to expand on it, can you let us know where
Sorry.
these campuses are and where you're expanding?
The proposed.
Yes.
Yes, is that that's the one you just passed out?
Yeah, and also what the current enrollment is and how much further they're going to expand, what you expect.
Locations.
Oh, here it is.
So it indicates school, the type of expansion and the number of classrooms. The number of classrooms, if we times that by 20 students per class, that would be the number of new slots available.
Some of us don't belong to Oahu, but can you tell us where these schools are?
Sure.
What islands?
Sure. So Navahi o Imiloa is in Hilo.
Okay.
Malamahono is in Waimanalo. Kanuipopono is Kauai.
Hilo, and then Oahu, and then
Kauai.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Okay.
Kamaile is in Waianae, Oahu.
Okay.
The pre-K only, the blue bar, the new applications that's occurring right now as we speak. So depending on where the new applicants come from. So that's ending. Navahi Ohana, that's.
But which island are they? You don't know?
I don't know yet.
It's a statewide, and actually the application closes on the 20th of this month.
Thanks.
So we'll know more information then.
Oh, I see. This is a slot for an application.
So the pre-K only charter.
Okay.
So
So this is like for 9 classrooms, so it could be in a number of.
So this could be several instead
the
of
number of
just.
school, number of islands, it's brand new. We're seeking to open them August if possible. So it's a quick turnaround. So
We better start hiring.
they will hire. So we want them to have a charter
Well-
and they will hire the people that fit their mission and vision.
You want to be
Just
sure
another
they're trained and
thing.
licensed too for this.
Yes.
school.
Correct.
That's
Like,
part
we
of the
oversee that.
application
That's part of the
process. Thank
application.
you. Yes.
So the next one is
No.
Hana, I guess, Molokai,
Hana, Maui,
Maui, and then
Waialae, Honolulu, Oahu,
Oahu, yeah,
and then Pac Parkway Village, Kapolei, Oahu.
is where?
Couple.
Kapolei.
Kapolei. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, no, so can you give us more specific, like the number of classrooms in each area? But what the new expansion, this is expansion or the current number?
Expand.
Oh, I guess what she's asking is then, what's the total number? If this, so you say here, number of classrooms.
The
this-
total numbers on the bottom, 30 expansion. Thank you, that's the expansion funding.
No, so this new construction, this is completely new, right? We're not adding on.
These would be the new allocation. So we do have some that will be embedded in some schools.
No, so that's what she's trying to figure out. Which are the ones that are additional classrooms versus new schools?
Okay, so if we start at the top, Navahi is connected with an existing charter, but a different new construction, new location.
So how many classrooms do they have now?
So they currently have 3.
Okay, so then their total will end up being 7.
Seven, yeah.
Okay,
Malama Honua currently is not having, so they doesn't add on one new.
Okay,
Panui Kapono does not have any right now, so that's 4 new.
okay.
Kamaile has 3 existing,
Oh,
so
okay.
that would be 5 new.
So 8 total. Okay,
And then the new pre-K has not, the new pre-K only charters, they have
Okay.
none. Nawahi, as mentioned, this is in addition to the Imiloa, Maui. So that would be 3 existing.
plus the one.
that One, and then the Imiloa. That
So-
would be 5 plus, so that would be total for Nawahi 8.
8.
8.
Okay,
But so 7 existing plus 1, 8 or 8?
No,
five
so
is-
Nawahi has 3 now, then if you look at the top of the list in red, they have 4 in
That's the-
construction, in the construction process.
yeah, it's somehow related.
Then one
Yeah.
more, yeah, sorry. Complicated.
Okay.
And then YLI has 1. And they will add on 2 new, so the total of 3.
Okay,
Cat Parkway Village is new, so they have 0 currently and 4 new.
okay.
What was it, Kapolei, the last one? How many?
4 new,
Four
so
new.
0 current and 4 new,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
But just for.
So we don't select the charter schools. They come to us and they tell us if they express interest in having a
Oh.
pre-K program. We don't select. So if they want to have a charter school or grow whatever they have, then they make that request to us.
I have a follow-up to this, your comments. Is that okay?
You have a
Okay.
question, you mean?
Yes, yeah. Okay, with that said, they make the choice, then they have the facility then.
Right.
Okay, because the question is going forward, when you make selections, is there room in that particular news, the school that they'll be adding on as your pre-K, yeah? Okay, because you don't approve a pre-K program into a place where there's no room for
Right,
them.
right.
Because you need a space,
Right.
right?
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
so all these charter schools have the
Correct.
space and they're ready to go.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Wait. Follow up. So these new constructions, so they're not tapping any of the state funds. They're coming up with their own funds
No,
to build.
They're participating.
Right,
in
right.
The SFA.
You're right. So I think that's clear because what she was asking was you're not giving them any funds to build the new classrooms, and you said you're not, but you are. You're giving them money to build these classrooms. That's correct.
No,
Facility
not
classrooms.
Funds where SFA is building it.
Right.
so
So
they're-
that's state
Yes,
funding.
that's not so much.
So you are getting money to build these new classrooms.
It's just not passing through you. That's what. you
Right.
mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we gotta be clear because I think the
Exactly.
but charter schools historically, you've never gotten facility funding,
Right.
right? So this is a change in what you're doing.
So you're not getting the funding. They have the funding, you're getting the building.
Right.
Getting the building.
Right. But it's a one-time, it's a one-time
Yeah.
infusion, right? So
Yeah.
you shouldn't count on this in the future, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
I could just add one comment that, we do, the NR team look at the capacity of the request, the capacity of the school, adequate facilities, the need, and she works with the school directors and the governing boards to help facilitate that.
Okay, I had a question. You had a question? I had a question about the Olelo study. Because I noticed in your report, it just talks about native speakers of Ni'ihau. But I thought when we had the site visit, it was trying to figure out all the Hawaiian dialects and all the Hawaiian languages, not just the Ni'ihau one.
So, so yes, we've been working with University of Hawaii at Manoa's Hawaii Kuilani Center for Hawaiian Language and Department of Linguistics. So the goal is, and their proposal is to produce a report on the unique variety of Olelo Hawaii, which is referred to as Olelo Ni'ihau, but it is also to study the results and do a comprehensive study on the differences between Olelo Ni'ihau and the more commonly used Olelo Hawaii, along with capturing capturing the uniqueness of Olelo Ni'ihau through videography and other reports. So it's a combination of both.
Yeah, but when we went on when we had the meeting, it sounded like there were other unique Hawaiian languages, and that was and because there was a somewhat of a discussion debate between dialect versus language,
Mhm.
right? And so I thought the study was going to show us other unique Hawaiian languages, not just the Ni'ihau one, but there could be regional ones throughout the state that were never captured. And that's what some of the kupuna, they were worried that now it's just we going into this mainstream Hawaiian language, but they felt that there were other regional languages and regional dialects that are not being captured. And we at least have to get that into the report.
So for this study, we may have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, can you look at that?
Yeah,
Because if we have to expand the study to do what we talked about, I think it's important to have the more comprehensive approach.
Okay, we can do that. We can
And
work.
it may not be a deep dive in all the rest, but we at least have to make sure they're identified and captured in the report. Because, you know, the kupuna made a compelling case that they're just afraid that there's a mainstream Hawaiian language that's forgetting all of these other regional historical dialects and Hawaiian languages.
Okay, we can do that.
I mean, and you know, I think we were all impressed that the students there published their own books. I mean, their math scores may not have been the best. So you guys got to work on that. But at least, I mean, that's amazing that every other year, was it every other year or every year?
It's an ongoing project that they have.
That they
They've been building
publish a
continuously.
book.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the books are mo'olelo from Ni'ihau and Kupuna in the area. So,
no, yeah, that was excellent. So,
all
but
right.
I wanted to make sure that we followed up on the discussion we had on capturing everything, or as much as we possibly can.
All right. And the good news is we've been able to push off the study through the process. So we.
Well, I mean, I was hoping to actually get it already.
I know the IRB process at UH took a little bit longer than we anticipated. So we had to move the end game to August 2025. But we will have that, and that actually gives us time to incorporate what you're asking for right now.
Yeah, because it almost has to be, you know, turned upside down, where the mainstream is really everything. And, you know, people can use the I guess what they're teaching now, but we have to capture everything before it's really too late.
Not only that, I think I was pretty impressed with when we visited some of the schools that they published their own books. And is that being captured by our state public library? Are you guys including funding for them to do that?
Oh, maybe the Kauai one, probably, yeah, at least. At least the Kauai library, because that's, yeah.
We will follow up with our state librarian regarding that. I think it's a great idea to capture and to honor the communities.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to honor those students. They're so proud to be authors. And
No, yeah,
that's-
yeah.
Thank you for elevating that.
Yeah, no, that was very impressive. I mean,
Well, another question I had is.
makes
how
me
many-
think I could do one.
You should. You should, I'm sure. You're gonna need more than one version.
Good stories.
How many positions do you have to be filled, and where are you in filling those positions?
Just for clarification, Chair, within the Charter Commission office or,
Oh, I mean, the schools need teachers and other,
you know, that definitely becomes difficult. We, as a state authorizer, don't have all of the details for every school around either the temporary hires.
Okay, well, how often do you collect that data at least?
Well, that is something we would not be captured in an annual report for statute, but that's.
No, but
something-
you guys should at least once a year or, you know, twice a year, once a trimester, send a survey.
because we need to be prepared. If you guys are going to have 10 charter schools opening within a 2 or 3 year period and need to fill the teachers and a library, whatever, that's going to cost money, and we need to be aware that this is going to have to be captured in the budget.
It's a good timing. Spring is usually when all the transfers are happening. We can get a better
Thank you.
capture of what that is looks like.
I follow
Yeah.
up on that. So the 2 pages or page and a half of vacancy reports, these are all the vacancies. Like preschool teachers, you got, I don't know, 15 of them. Educational assistant, 3. uh, they make up the entire vacancy.
The majority of, that's for our pre-K program or the expansion of our early learning program.
So who's teaching? I mean, if these are all vacant, how many do you, I don't understand. So you can operate without these being filled?
Vice Chair, those for the early learning, so those are classrooms that have not yet been established. And so they do come up as positions, although the classrooms are allocated.
I see.
amount.
And is it, wait, what did I do with my thing? So is it similar? It's, yeah, it matches that then. So when those are
Okay.
built, those will get filled, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask about teleworking? Okay, so on your telework, I noticed it says, most of them are 2 to 3, 3 hybrid options. I'm not sure how you determine which, but then there's a couple early learning coaches that have 5, meaning they work 5 days every day, right? At telework. Can you explain how they're able to do that?
Yes, technically, so we do have some early learning coaches that live on Hawai'i Island. As a opened, we have 14 of our schools that are on Hawai'i Island, and the majority of those early learning classrooms are also on Hawai'i Island. So the proximity to serve those schools as coaches is really important. So that would be specific to those. Why it's 5 days? Technically, they're not here in our office where Deanne's office
Maybe
is.
to clarify, they're not really teleworking, they're in the.
Okay, see,
They're really in the
Yeah.
school supporting our schools.
okay, it's very confusing. I'm wondering
Yeah.
how they can
They're
work with the
not-
students.
They're really, most of the time.
That's not called teleworking though.
Yeah, why would you have that? as-
Clarification, they're in the schools, really supporting our teachers and our.
You shouldn't call it teleworking. It's not, they're not at home, right? They're in the field.
They're
Yeah, and then you,
here attending meetings.
and then you have one, is it account fiscal officer, 4 to 5 days?
Yes, we do have, we do have standards practices of telework, adopted by the state, specifically through DHERD. And so we apply those practices within the office. And we have a approval system, we have a monitoring system around all the positions that are shown there.
Okay, and then work-related travel.
So we actually really pride ourselves in the fact that we are at every of our charter schools. This is really important when we are evaluating the performance frameworks for academic, financial, and organization. So those require at least 2 site visits annually, one in the spring and then one in the summer for the organization and finance. We also have our coaches, as we share, that are pushing into the schools, modeling lessons within the classroom. And I know from hearing from our charter schools, the appreciation of being on site, so we can value the work they're doing, to see the libraries in the schools that children are authoring. So all that is work related to travel to support our schools.
When you
as
say
well.
work-related travel, are they traveling outside of the island, each island, or?
Well, the big one is our national authorizer conference that we do annually, and that's probably the largest one outside of our regular neighbor island travel to support our schools here in the state.
For
Okay.
clarification, Vice Chair, the majority of the travel reported on that travel log is in island, same day travel to the different schools. So like it's monitoring visits, as Director Nelson, monitoring evaluation, where our different teams are going out to the schools, working with staff there, going and doing things like classroom observations. Again, her team do a lot of classroom observations, coaching. So yeah, the majority of the travel that we put in the log is for that.
So is it for mileage or is it for, what is it? Because you have some that's like $925. I think it's like 5 people. You've got 600, you've got 550, 585. Standard
rental,
amount.
no.
So what is that?
We've kind of used the averages. So I mean, when they all go, they share one car, they'll get one car. And then we just have the same day, the meal allowance,
So that's car rental.
car rental and airfare.
So, no, but you said around the same island. It's not
Inter-island, my apologies.
all inter-island.
Yep, so we have our staff that are based here, go to the Big Island or go to Kauai, to our different charter schools, and again, do that as on-site visit and evaluations.
Yeah, can you break it down better next time?
Okay.
Because
To
it's,
clarify, it's a mix of mileage for those who are on island as well as inter-island.
well, that's what I want to know. Like if it's on island, Hawaii, the amount's so high, if they're sharing one car, they probably don't have to rent a car. So,
Yeah, it was it is a big list, so we'll work on providing a little more information and maybe a better breakdown.
Yeah, but some of them might be, I think you need an IT program to track, and then that way you can spit out reports, because it sounds like you're trying to pull data from emails or something.
We pull it from our accounting system, yes.
Yeah,
and then even when you do cost of trips, you know, you have the $12,000, but you list it as 4 positions. We're not sure, you know, who's going and do they all need to? I see a specialist over here. And then there's early learning instruction for $2,200. Is that out of state?
Inter-island.
So inter-island for 2 people, $2,200 on the same, well, no, those are 3 days then.
In some cases, if there are excessive days of trainings, then it's more economical to stay on that particular site. But most of them are workday travels.
so that one they had to stay at a hotel. Sounds like,
We try not. to,
Yeah,
but
good.
if it's
Yeah.
extended training.
yeah, but the amount doesn't make sense if you don't include hotel.
Yes, if it's 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay, but then, so you need to give a breakdown because we
Yeah,
have no way of tracking some of this. Early learning pre-service. What does that mean, early learning pre-service?
So we begin each year with foundational professional development for our teachers for a week long. I think we feel that it's very important to start off the year on the right foot. So it is a week long, so that training includes airfare.
So they train the people in
We do
Hilo.
2, 1 in Hilo and 1.
for statewide. So if from Kauai, Maui guys, they got to fly either to Hilo or to Oahu. Okay, so Oahu takes 3 counties, and then Hawaii County is just Hawaii County. The hotel is probably cheaper in Hilo.
We actually clear Airbnb because that's cheaper than hotel. So we save the state a lot of money for Airbnb. That's available in Hilo. Available in
Don't tell the hotels that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Do you folks have impact fees?
Continue.
No,
Sorry.
no, they don't have.
They don't
No,
have.
meaning I think the question is, do you receive any impact fee money from developers?
No,
No, I don't think so.
Would-
So it shows that in April 24, impact fee balances for you is 18.8 million, almost $18.9 million.
It's how, no, because who gets it? Troy, you're familiar with the formula?
It goes to SFA.
For the developer.
Yeah, it's all,
Yeah,
yeah,
into
it's
the
all
fund.
the developers.
But you would know.
contribution.
You're at the county. The impact fee for
I think
development.
there still is, I believe for Leeward, but I don't know for charter schools.
But it shows.
This one here is in charter schools.
Mm,
And
which island?
yeah,
Moana.
it goes by Oahu. You got Kalihi to Ala Moana Construction, Kalihi to Ala Moana Land, Leeward
Is that
Construction.
DOE or charter?
Yeah, so
That's
that's,
the-
yeah, it's under the charter.
What page is that?
Where did you find that?
under budget brief.
Yeah, what page? What page of the
Page.
435?
What is this, 359? I don't know.
Yeah, 359.
Oh, yeah, impact fee balance.
Yeah, and then Maui has some, Oahu has a whole bunch, then Maui, and then Hawaii Island only has
Oh,
one.
it's your page, right after page 144 of your charts.
What is ours?
Ours is page 350,
359.
359.
In the budget and brief, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
under budget brief.
Pages don't have numbers. No, because I'm on public charter schools. You're looking at the.
Oh,
So maybe.
this is not for charter schools.
I'm
think so,
thinking
but
it's
it's
not a large amount.
not in the charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just, but he was saying this is in budget and brief, the governor's,
Budget and brief.
yeah, bigger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, didn't make sense. That's why in this, it's under this charter school thing. Okay,
Okay,
but I don't know why it's showing up. Whatever, so we asked the question. They got 27 million.
okay. We
Anyway.
gotta what, recess for how long? Oh, okay. Well, we can recess and so that libraries can set up. Okay, just a couple minutes. Thank you, recess. Okay, reconvening the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. Next, we'll hear from libraries. Good morning.
Aloha, good morning and happy new year.
Happy New Year.
I'm Stacy Aldridge. I'm the state librarian and I have with me assistant to the state librarian Mallory Fujitani. And we're happy to be here with you all today. So this year we did a survey to understand what library services are valued by our patrons and how to best communicate with them. We had over 13,500 responses and they provided us with helpful feedback about what's important to them. To share our budget requests, which are small, we're going to share let the voices of our patrons tell you how the budget requests directly impact and improve the lives of the people in our communities. One of our patrons from Makawao said, the reference librarian, I wouldn't have my present job if I didn't have the reference librarian. From Makawao, we also heard from the patron who said they love their security guard, Audrey Love. She creates a pleasant experience for them. People have to feel safe to have access to these essential services. We're asking for 1.2 million for security guards. Last year, we used the state's price list to bring on a new security guard company to serve 43 of our libraries out of the 50. I'm putting 1 in parentheses for Lahaina. The cost to keep providing this important service requires an additional 1.2 to be added to our base budget. Hundreds of people responded to the survey that the library is a place where they use computers, they get computer classes, they access free Wi-Fi. This includes families with kids needing to do homework, working parents, and kapuna. To continue to provide this vital service while we're doing major renovations in several of our locations, we want to make sure that there's temporary locations. And so we're asking for a total of $484,000 in FY26 and FY27 to set up temporary locations for Wahiawa, Pearl City, and Makawao. Apologies in our testimony in one of our tables, not the actual tables, they're all right. We had 500,000 for FY27 for Wahiawa, but it's 200,000 for that year. Our neighborhood island patrons particularly believe the library to be an essential part of the community. One expressed it this way: the Lehui Public Library is an important resource for our rural community that doesn't have access to the things that Oahu residents have. Our family and friends find it to be safe and a welcoming community hub. We're in the process of building a new community hub in Waikoloa, and we're asking for $31,548, which is half salary, in FY27 to bring on our new branch manager who will be managing this library. It's important to bring these managers on early because they help us build the collection, hiring staff, working with the construction, and also building relationships with the community. Many residents, again, especially on the neighbor islands, find that our libraries offer a haven for those without AC. We hear that a lot, that being able to have a cool place to come is important. Our facilities are aging and we're asking for 500,000 for repair and maintenance to be added to our base budget to help us create safe and healthy buildings by having funding needed to address large repair projects like elevator repairs and additional preventative maintenance projects. The increase will bring us to 1.5 million for our 51 branches and 2 administrative offices for repair and maintenance. And over again, we hear that access to the state library, statewide collection is important. One resident summed it up like this: I love that the statewide system gives me access to every branch on every island. We're requesting funds to make our transfer and delivery system far more efficient and effective than it is today. We're requesting 500,000 in FY26 and 250,000 in FY27 to implement automated handling systems to improve efficiencies in how we handle books and other materials using technology, and to also address staffing shortages. Currently, it is a manual process that requires many touch points and repetitive motion. This process and project will improve our ability to get our books to our readers more quickly. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Mallory to discuss our CIP request.
Thank you to the committee's past support for HSPLS's CIP request. The average age of our buildings is for our 52 buildings is over 60 years old, and many of them have not had significant improvements made to them over the years or since their initial construction. Waiting too long to initiate these projects will only increase the cost of improvements in the future, but also in the case of energy efficiency measures, we also like to use the improvement process to implement energy savings measures, which will directly impact our need for operating budget. This year we have 2 requests. The first is $2 million in planning and design funds for the new Kapa'a library.
Statewide.
The existing Kapa'a library is in a tsunami inundation zone, and it's not safe to rebuild at that location. So we have been in the master planning effort on the Sam Mahilona campus, which is a much larger master planning project. And so we have identified a location for a new Kapa'a library, which is much closer to the residential area. In addition, we've asked for a much larger amount in lump sum funding for fiscal 26 and fiscal 27, $25 million in each of those years. The lump sum funding allows us to ensure that a project that's been through planning and design will not be stalled for lack of sufficient construction funds. This also allows us the flexibility to initiate new projects when the need arises, allowing us to continuously work to improve our library statewide. As a result of prior year budget appropriations, we have a little over 50 projects in various stages of planning, design, and construction. Many of these projects were initiated with some lump sum funding to start the design process. Funding is also needed to supplement line item appropriations that were under budgeted. And in reality, we really don't know the true cost of a project until we get that construction bid in. And so sometimes we do have to shift over some lump sum funding to help supplement it so that we can get the project awarded. The other option in many cases is that we would have to lapse the funds for that line item appropriation. And so having that lump sum, that flexibility also ensures that we spend all the money that we are allocated. So we thank you for your time and support of our CIP projects.
And in closing, I've been thinking a lot about communities and neighborhoods, and it reminds me of Mr. Rogers. And he taught us that being a good neighbor means working together to solve complex issues and cultivate a world in which all people can fulfill their true purpose. Our public libraries are places where we do this work. They are neighborhood institutions with immense returns on an exceptionally modest investment. The funding we are requesting will contribute directly to meeting our mission, which is to inspire curiosity, to create opportunities for all to read, learn, and connect. Thank you very much for your support, your time, and attention, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, why don't we finish with all your additions? I was able to check off some that you mentioned, but table 6. So your first item is additional $2 million, 2,009,268.
These were positions the governor initially in his first budget had removed positions, and then he put money back in for our positions for 36.5 positions.
No, so, okay,
So
so
it's
you,
restoration of positions that the governor put into our budget.
but there's no positions. There's only the money.
We might have a mistake on our table. We'll review. Apologies for that. There should be.
Unless I'm wrong.
How many positions is that?
It's 36.5.
And how many have been
What do you-
vacant
what
for
do
how
you-
long?
Table
It's,
6.
he selected 5 years, any positions that were vacant for 5 years or more. And so for us, it was 36.5. 65% of those positions we weren't
You gotta
funded
get
for
a bit more.
fully until this year. So we
So-
couldn't have filled them.
So this amount is for positions that have been filled within the 5 years?
No, have not been filled.
So what makes you think you're gonna get them if they weren't filled for 5 years?
Well, 65% of those positions were unfunded until this year in our budget.
The 35% that were funded.
36.5 positions total, but 65% of those positions were unfunded.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the other half
Yeah.
of that.
The other 35% that were
35%
funded.
About a dozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Did you fill those?
We're working on filling positions. We have more than half of our current vacancies in some form of recruitment right now.
but you said that for 5 years, they've been vacant for 5 years.
Yes, some of them have been because we have
The
to.
35% that you had funding for have been vacant for 5 years.
So 36.5 positions,
Yeah, so 12 are the, is it?
12, about
5%?
12.
So are those 12 vacant for 5 years?
Yes, they would have been, but we've been having to also fill other positions. So
Yeah, but the point is, if you can't even fill those that you've had for 5 years, what makes you think you're gonna fill all the others that you get funding for?
So we had constant challenges with filling all of our vacancies. So we have a couple challenges that I think we discuss every year. The first is for this one, 65% of these positions weren't funded at all.
You said
Okay.
that, right?
Second is we have budget restrictions. So at least 9%, 8 to 10% of our budget is restricted. So we don't have the funding. So without that funding, we cannot hire for every position. So when you have a large number of vacancies, we have to hire for the ones that are keeping our libraries open, which means some fall to the bottom just because we're trying to keep our libraries open with what we have. So if we don't have the funding, we can't hire for all the positions.
Understand, but you're just talking about 12 positions, and if the 12 of you are restricted, well, let's just say 6, you haven't been able to even fill the 6. So, what makes you think now that you're gonna get the funding for all of this, that you're gonna all of a sudden be able to fill them?
Let me see if I can try to respond. So when we start off the fiscal year, we have the 8 to 10% restriction off the top, and BNF only releases funding for payroll by quarter. So when you think about it, we have $1 million in funding per quarter for our payroll. This 12 positions, if you say average salary of 50,000, it's only $600,000. So we have $1 million that we're short already when we start the quarter. And then, so there has to be choices where, how we prioritize.
So the real reason that you're not filling it is because you needed that money for those positions to fill other positions. Is that what you're saying?
Right, the other positions that will keep the door
That's the
open.
worst answer.
I know. Well, I guess what it is we have an X number of positions, but we don't have enough money to fill all those positions at any given
Well,
time.
that's because you've taken money like everybody else have, which we've been looking at, it to, salaries, vacant savings, and you've used it to pay for others. So even if you wanted to fill these positions, you can't because you use the money. So you come in and you ask us for new positions, and the same thing goes on year after year. And then you use some of that money for vacancy, you leave it vacant for vacancy savings, and then you come in and you keep asking. That's why you have all these positions, and then you tell us you're going to fill it when you know you're not going to fill it. You just don't want us to cut it, right? Because I'm going to recommend we cut everything at least 5 years or longer, if not 3 years. But because there's so much of this going on where you guys rob Peter to pay Paul.
But it's not just that. We have frustrations of just going through the process. It can take a year to hire people. So yes, we still need it's not that we don't need the positions. It's that we can't hire fast enough and we don't have the money. So we're in this weird hamster wheel where we're trying to do what we need to do, which is hire the positions that are most needed, because it depends. Like, for example, Kauai. Hawaii had 4 vacancies for 4 branch managers. We have filled them all. We would prioritize those positions if we have to look at our budget, because we need to have branch managers first.
Understand,
it's
but you
not-
had those
It's not that
12
we're making a choice to say, no, these aren't important, or no, we don't need these, but we're constantly stuck in this balance of trying to
understand.
balance budget and trying to balance the process that takes so long to hire.
Understand, but the process takes a year. I mean, we're trying to work on that, but you still, it was for 5 years. Again, so some of your arguments or your reasoning doesn't match up. And so, and then to give us this aspirations that you're going to be able to fill all these positions when you know you're not. And then you're going to take those monies and use it to fund other things, right? Other positions that
But
you think is a
we're-
more priority, right?
Apologies.
Because what happened to those monies though for those positions
So
of
we're not
priority?
intentionally trying to have salary savings. It's the other challenge for us is, even if we do request money, we won't get it till later in the year. So far into the year that it won't affect the hiring of people, because it'll be too late in terms of the full salary. So
But you
it-
still have 5 years of vacant. When you give us the money, the positions were still 5 years later. Let's say it's only 6 positions, it's still 5 years later.
and it's because we've had to prioritize the positions that we're filling. It's running a 51 branch library system with 9 support areas. And we're constantly juggling which positions we can fill in order to make sure we can do operations. So we're doing the best that we can. We don't shoot for salary savings, but frankly, salary savings, because we are we're underfunded like all agencies. We all have a challenge here in Hawaii. But without salary savings, we wouldn't be able to keep up with some of our building projects or keep up with some of our operations. We still have to pay for garbage and all of those things. And again,
And you're using salary savings for those.
sometimes we have to. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because of the BNF restriction?
Yeah, because we don't know if we'll get it back or not. So we can request funding, but normally we won't get it back until May sometimes, which is not enough time to spend it all on a position by that point. And we don't want to hire people and then have to lay them off because we don't have any funding to pay for them.
Oh, Senator Pavel.
So I heard you saying some of the positions is manager positions. How much positions is for the librarians? Are you have a shortage of librarians?
Yep.
Wait, you mean of the, how
Of
many?
the total or of the?
No, of the
35?
one that, related to this line item.
Yeah,
It's a mixture of librarians and some positions within our administration side, our fiscal office. It's a mix of positions.
the reason why I bring this up is because some of our libraries, maybe not in the rural areas or neighbor islands, but what I would want from you guys, if you guys can give, how much student ratio to public ratio and the usage of the libraries in, I guess maybe Oahu would be better, and try to do the neighbor islands. And then how much school and public libraries you guys have?
We have 12?
School public libraries?
Yes, 12.
On school campus?
Yes, 12. Mhm.
So of the 51, 12 are on schools.
Yes.
One on Hawaii, one on Maui, or 2 on Maui is one, and then also one, and then 6 on the big island.
So 3 on Oahu. The reason why I bring this up is that, you guys been short, I know you guys been short librarians for a while. And I know, since I've been in this square building, the librarian, I don't know, you guys got a pay raise not too long ago. And we're talking about, not having money, moving forward and doing savings and so forth and so on. But some of the libraries are not opened, all week. You guys have certain days that the library is closed and certain hours the library is closed. So that's the reason why I want to know best use practice, because 25 years ago, before they built Kapolei Library, they was gonna close the Ever Beach Library, and we fought to keep it open. Since then, the declining in Kapolei, Ever Beach, Rose City, IAL, that's why I like know the numbers, has been declining on student ratio and public ratio for the school. So what I'm trying to get at, colleagues, is that some of the libraries, because it's not that far apart, especially like IAL, Pro City, Waipahu, Ever Beach, and Kapolei now, because we're all connected, is to start thinking about consolidating. Because you get positions like Senator Kim said, 6 of them for 5 years. But if you consolidate the libraries and utilize the workers and downsize the consolidation of the libraries. I'm not saying that you guys need to do that, but you guys should be thinking about it, because 5 years, that's a long time that be able to juggle around and hoping that you can get funding for it. Because if you didn't get it 5 years ago, what you're making 5 years in the future, that you can actually be able to fill these positions.
Well, some of that money, some of the positions you had funding for 5 years, you just never filled it.
The 12,
The
but
12,
the,
yeah.
the 65%, we didn't have full funding for all the positions until this year. We lost the funding during COVID. Yeah,
Yeah, so this additional 2 million is,
it's not additional, it's just keeping it into our budget. So it's not an addition to, the governor had cut it from our budget.
but I thought you just said that you got it back.
Yeah, it's under.
He put it back into his budget request.
Oh, meaning
But
this, you don't
right.
have it yet.
Right.
Okay,
But it wasn't, it's not, we're not asking for more money. It's just that he put the money back in. He's taken positions and he put the money back in for our positions.
okay, so what about HRS 31233 and HRS 312-7? Because those are specific authorities that the library has to reallocate vacant positions and to establish job sharing programs. So are you using any of that?
Yes, we've actually reallocated many positions into other positions that are more useful for us. In fact, one of our requests is to take 2 half-time janitors to make a full-time janitor for HANA. So we are realigning our positions to better meet the needs. So we're not asking for more positions. The 36.5 were already in last year, in our previous years. We're just
So
asking.
even though you have the authority, you're still gonna ask for the trade-off, because can't you do that without,
No, we were told we have to do it this way.
okay?
Chair, if I can. Thank you. So Stacy, I wanna go back to the Lanai position. As you know, it's been vacant from 2022. We had an individual that applied for the job. And what I noticed when what your response to me was, applicant was qualified by DHERD. And then when you guys went to do the interview process, then realized that the qualification, she was not qualified.
Mhm.
So now that the response was, you guys are gonna try and make a different or a lower description for qualification, because we've had challenges, Hana, Molokai, all hard to fill positions.
Mhm.
How long from the time DHERD took to do that, and then now how much longer is it gonna take while she has to wait for the reposting of this job that she would actually meet the criteria? Because if not, the challenge for this individual, which we waited a long time, that transferred over from Molokai to go there, she would have to come here to do the added qualifications, which we probably not gonna get anybody else qualified. How long does it take DHERD now to make that position where she would be qualified at her present?
But do you even need that? Because last year we passed Act 186 that allows the department to do that.
But
So the department is supposed to now have new authorities to do exactly what she's saying in updating job qualifications.
So we are still waiting for full direction from DHERD on our ability.
Well, I mean,
to
because once you get
list.
that, then what she's talking about will happen a lot sooner, because you'll be able to do it.
Yes. Well, yes and no, because we advertised at the 4, and the particular applicant has a library degree, but no other experience. So she automatically qualifies for a 3. So what we have done is we have to go back out again, because we have to list listed as a 3-4 so that she
Everybody
would
else
be
can.
able to qualify for interviews. And so our staff have already submitted the paperwork, and I think it should be out by the end of this month. So it should not be long. She should have access to the.
But
to apply.
you're able to update job qualifications without DHERD.
No, we have to work with DHERD. We can't update qualifications.
With 186.
But I thought the bill was more focused on the ability to review lists. Because what we have to wait for now is they collect all the names, and then we have to wait for them to determine if people.
Okay,
are
did you
qualified
get
or
a
not.
memo regarding Act 186 from DHERD?
Yes.
Can you forward that to us?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, just a quick one. So I'm kind of confused now. You just said DHERD when qualified is Wahine or person. I don't know if it was Wahine, sorry.
Four.
Okay, she was qualified by DHERD, and you guys when you interview her, only applicant now, realized that she wasn't qualified, and so she didn't want a job, but there was no other applicant. There was no other applicant, so you guys couldn't make the decision because you guys saying that she never had experience or whatever you guys saying, what you was telling Senator De La Cruz, but again, nobody was applying for the position. So again, you guys never have that authority to do that? You heard when qualifying, so she was the only one at the
So,
time.
Just to clarify, DHERD I made a mistake when they qualified her.
You heard me.
Because when they come, all libraries, every student that comes out of the Masters in Library Science program is only qualified for a librarian 3 position if they have no experience. And she's coming out of the school directly, does not have any experience, but DHERD qualified her for a librarian 4, which is the degree plus experience. So in the past, we've had to, when fresh library degreed students apply for librarian 4 degrees to DHERD, they have been rejected. It's not just, in this case, she should have been rejected. And that's really where the problem started. And then our staff, what came to our staff, they didn't look at it closely to recognize that she was not qualified. There's a general assumption when the list comes over from DHERD that they have qualified
Yeah, but
everybody.
you know what? I think the bigger question
Yeah.
ends up being that if you have all these vacancies, you cannot fill them, you have all these issues. Don't you think you should update qualifications? Maybe you got to change MQs.
We have to work with DHERD to do all of that. So we have to review all the.
But then if not, we're just stuck in this, like what you described as a hamster wheel, but you're not initiating any kind of change. Because in some cases, I feel if you have some minimum qualifications, you could always do additional training.
Mhm. And that's what.
And that would be to get people in the door. If not, if you're waiting for the library students, I don't know how long that's going to take.
Well, we do that. In fact, we already have done that for Molokai. We had a student who was working for us, who's in library school.
Yeah.
And we had to go through the whole process because there's a process that's also defined by union rules as well that we have to go through. So we followed process. She applied and she has been hired as the librarian at a 4 or a 3, and then she'll come in as a 4 when she gets her degree because she'll have experience.
Okay, I'm just saying same old, it doesn't seem to be working.
So how long is the training or whatever that you gotta have experience to be the 4?
I have to look at what the requirement is. I think it's a minimum of 2 years of management experience.
What she needs 6 more months now.
Oh, Senator Elefante.
Thank you. Could you provide the committees your breakdown on table 15 of your 25 million statewide for requests?
The lump sum.
Yeah, the lump sum. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
How many security on table 6, the $2,009,258, is that for security?
No, that's the one she was saying.
1.2
Oh,
is the addition. For,
okay. Thank you.
Okay, so how is this different in working with either DLE and DAGs and DLE?
For security?
Yeah.
We have to have our own security guard company to manage our 50 branches. So,
And it's only during work hours.
and then we do have some drive-bys that we do in the evening where we're supposed to be doing drive-bys in the evenings to
Which,
get issues.
what do you mean you're supposed to be? So you're
Well,
not
they were doing daytime and we're working with them to move it to nighttime. But they need to go around.
for loitering and
Mhm.
that
And
kind
we've
of-
had some destruction to our property, so we're trying
Yeah.
to prevent that.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe you brought it up when I was talking to President, but so you said here it's adding this amount to the current amount, right? Base budget.
base
How much is
budget.
the base budget for the guards?
I can tell you what the total contract is. The total contract is 4.3 million.
4.3 million.
Yeah,
for 51?
or 43 libraries, but we have some that have 2 or 3 guards, depending on the size of the building.
Okay.
And that's the difference of the cost that you pay per person per hour. The company we had before, we were paying so low that we were not getting the services that we needed. So we did use the state's contract. They reviewed and vetted 2 security agencies. And so we picked the lowest.
So who is the state contract?
The
What
SBU,
company?
They give you a list.
Oh, AGS is our company.
And they pay per, do you know what the hourly pay is for the?
Well, our contract stipulates a charge depending on island for how much that they request per hour per.
On the schedule, I think Oahu said about $38 per hour is what we're charged. I'm not sure what the actual pay that goes to the employee is.
Interesting.
Minimum wage.
Because I know, yeah, well, some private companies, they just pay like $20 an hour or whatever. But I know the University of Hawaii, they hire their guards, they only pay them $24, I think, an hour. And they're asking for millions of dollars as well in their budget. But so I'm just wondering, and they train their own, plus they hire contracts. So it's like, I don't know.
So what is the reason why now that we have the law enforcement on state buildings, and why is the reason why they cannot be utilized by the library and new law enforcement?
So so having security guards on site, having someone present oftentimes prevents people from doing something.
No, I understand that. But right now, we're not utilizing sheriffs, we're not utilizing the law enforcement. Sheriffs right now, could be going to, with the amount of money you guys are supposedly paying a guard, that would be able to cover a sheriff's pay.
We have
to be there.
tried to get overtime for sheriffs and they don't.
It's not overtime. You guys have the position, they have sheriffs right now, they have more than the law enforcement. So what I'm saying is, future wise, because I know this is how the security company wrote the state. They say they're paying $38 an hour with vacation, sick leave and holiday. But when they actually hire the guard, their minimum wage, don't have no benefits, no nothing. So when are we gonna stop that? Telling them, if you're gonna hire a security guard, you promising us that you're gonna pay this guard fringe benefits, and you're not, then you're lying to the state. Because if you're telling each guard costs $38, because I know already it's gonna be with vacation and sick leave, and then they don't provide it, isn't that being fraud to the state
So
in the bid?
we have asked sheriffs previously to help provide security at the library system, and they have told us they don't have enough personnel. And that was we last asked right before the DLE was created. So they said, when we talked to them subsequent, they said maybe in the future that may be an option when they have enough positions and they are fully staffed. I think the other issue is 26 of our libraries are neighbor islands where there are no sheriffs available.
And so I'm not asking for, you guys just said you guys get 3 security guards on some of the problematic areas. So I'm not saying to blanket all with sheriffs or with law enforcement, but from the ones that you guys are having problems, 3 guards for $38 an hour that the company is charging. One sheriff with his car and his late would do more deterrent than three senior citizen security guard walking around at 80 years old. It's not happening. You guys gotta check that out because that's what's happening. In my community, no security is driving, making checks. Nighttime, zero, nothing. Capole, zero.
Well,
Like
you
power,
would do it.
zero.
In your golf cart.
And I absolutely,
They save money with your library.
I absolutely agree with you on the benefits. This company is supposedly giving benefits because they took some of our guards, like Audrey Love on Kauai. She now works for this new guard company. She now has leave. She did not have leave before. She now has sick leave. So we are paying to have better. They've had some challenges in actually hiring people. Trying to find people to be security guards is very difficult. And we've been working with them where we have issues and we are, they've been pretty good at following up. And it's definitely a challenge and we do work closely. I know our Hawaii State Library works with the sheriffs, but it is hard on the other islands. And we just want to make sure we have safe spaces where, I mean, we had 2 libraries this year where we had librarians who were physically assaulted.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that our staff and our patrons are safe.
I just saying, when you guys do the contract, who does the contract? The library or
we're using a state procurement office vendor price list. So the.
It was a
procurement office,
pre-approved list that they
pre-approved
took
list,
from.
yeah, so what I'm saying is whoever doing the
pre-approved list.
procurement or whatever, we gotta make sure we get every bang for our buck, because if they're putting in the procurement, it's the same thing that we have at the airport, right? Back
Yeah.
in the day, they used to charge
We can-
$40-something.
We can, the state procurement office.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a discussion we gotta have with them.
Just to add, you know,
On the companies on the list.
How about if we look at an augmented system with the sheriffs where they have a division of just security guards and they get trained on like security, not like policemen, which UH does, and that's why they can't keep the people. But so we have a cadre of these security guards and we can pay them what they're worth, because if we're paying $38 to the company, we can pay them, right?
Yeah.
And then
Big safety chair is gonna.
yeah, can we look at, I mean, you know, we got UH asking for, you've got libraries that's asking, you've got, you know, and then some of them doesn't require a sheriff.
Yeah.
Or a policeman. It's a security guard. And if we do it correctly, we could actually save monies on it, you know? So, I mean, we need to start thinking that way, so. But
In the past, I believe the library system
You want
actually
to
had their
plan
own
for your
security.
committee?
no, I don't.
What is that?
Oh, I was just saying in the past, the state library system had their own security guards. And then I guess we lost those positions and then went to.
Right.
I think it was what would they call it, a security attendant position within the union. And then those positions were abolished. So there were only armed sheriffs as far as category of employee, state employee. So that's why we had to go move
That's
to outside
weird.
contract.
What year was that?
Ooh, I have some old information. I will look for it. But yeah, it used to be called, the category used to be called security attendant, which those positions were eliminated or that class was abolished. And so the only remaining class was like an armed security, which we didn't need that level of
Right.
security. So that's the genesis of how the library system ended up having to contract for security.
In follow up to Senator Kim's question, have you guys made a request to DLE, especially at some problem area libraries? For example, right here, our state library, where you have homeless folks. I mean, what was DLE's response?
Walk around. So I was surprised by your message. Thank you for sending it to us because we've noticed actually a decline. We had a lot of people sleeping on the lanai and it was dangerous for our staff and they had to clean up in the mornings and we don't have that issue anymore. So they have the cameras up too. So they are.
But you don't have a physical presence that's there the entire time. They're just roving.
So that's where the contracted security, we employ up to 3 security guards that walk the 110,000 square feet of that building. And that's really important, is that they're walking throughout the building and constantly monitoring who's inside the building. The after hours issues that happen at night and whatever, that's where the private security that is covering the Capitol as well. They include the library now. But if we do have other issues, we can call law enforcement. We haven't reached out to them about something more permanent rather than on an emergency basis if somebody.
So these monies are for guards just dedicated to the library and not where they just travel the whole Capitol grounds?
Well, we have one, what Stacy was referring to is kind of an urban drive-by at night for some of our urban libraries where we have more problems, where we have more vandalism, which includes Liliha, Macaulay, Waikiki, which are not included, so we're not duplicating with the DAGS contract, which covers the Capitol.
Thank you.
Different subject. I'm looking at your first page where you have your chart on checkout of materials, checkout of digital books and so forth. And I noticed that the digital is almost half of what you do physical checkouts. And then library visits, 2 million. And if you look at, I'm not sure the digital as to how many people are actually visiting the site versus checking out. So what kind of budget do you have? And are you planning to expand the digital library as far as, books and so forth? Because I use ebook Libby, and there's a lot of long time wait for books. There's a lot of books that I put in that you folks don't even have digitally. So, and then, Audible books versus reading. There's a lot of seniors that would prefer Audible because they cannot see really well and the blue light is really hard on the eyes. So that's
Very
the
descriptive.
future. Yes, very descriptive. I was talking about you, Duncan. No.
I got to renew my card.
So what do you look, because that is where we're moving towards, right? More digital and so forth.
Yes, so it is a challenge to balance physical and digital because people who read digital also read physical. So when we ask our patrons, we say, which do you prefer, paper, physical, or digital? Most people say I like both. I've found a few people only do digital, but there's still a desire for paper. The challenge with digital is we don't own it. So every publisher has a different model, and if we circulate, we pay $50. Say we pay $50 to have access to your favorite new book that you want to read, new novel. After 26 circulations of that, we have to pay $50 more to hit the next hold list so that more people can read it. So instead of the paper, which is probably like $16, maybe $20, we are now paying several hundreds of dollars sometimes for some titles so that we can make sure that they're available to people. And depending on where you are and how much access you have to connectivity, a lot of people still rely on paper. Children in particular, picture books, they're very important.
No, I understand that there's a balance.
That balance, and our budget is a challenge to be able to find that challenge, to be able to meet.
Yeah,
that
but
because-
do you have the stats that show any kind of justification?
Yes, we can send you something.
Is there any indication that as time go on that the cost for these materials that you rent instead of own is going to be less cost, or is it going up?
The publishers are not really willing to work with libraries. They don't because they see it as a way of taking away from their revenue, and they see digital books as a separate thing. They don't consider it the same title. They see them as two different products, the physical and the digital. So we've seen new models, but I'm still concerned in the future people will have access to these resources if we've never even owned one copy. And so like our downtown library is the item of last resort. So we make sure we have copies of books that might, classics or things that people might want to have. So it's an ongoing struggle for libraries right now.
Well, I just want to say that your access online for the books and stuff is very user friendly. It's very easy, and they
even notify you when you put books on hold when it comes due, and there's a lot of options. You can delay it. Yeah, so it's really well done.
And you don't have to pay a fine if you don't turn it in on time.
Well, you automatically, they
Oh,
take it back.
Don't promote that.
No, they take it automatically from you, or you can renew it the day before or whatever, yeah.
So I just want to add in that that's how our collection, our funding for collection purchases is based on. The model is based on people paying us fines and fees because they didn't return their physical. So as people move to digital, we have our resources to purchase the collection is diminishing.
Yeah, but you want people to turn it on time. You don't
Right.
necessarily
But
want
it
to charge
also,
people
that's
fees.
that's our primary revenue stream for it. Our base budget for purchasing materials is only 1.5 million.
Okay, but you
What-
know what? You guys should be coming up with new revenue models
Yeah.
anyway. That's an antiquated old revenue model. I mean, we talked about this before, right? Coffee shops, whatever the case, create some revenue.
Yeah. And how often do you lose books? People just steal the books?
We can run a report for you. Sometimes it depends on location.
Right,
sometimes it
because
depends here.
you have to balance that with the digital because you can't steal it.
Yeah, we have had problems when books, so when Dr. Seuss, some of his books were no longer published. We had somebody identify all those books and get a library card and check them all out, and then he was going to sell them on eBay.
Wow.
We caught him quickly because we saw him checking out multiple, our staff were aware of it. And so he didn't start bringing them back until he got a fine of a reminder they owed $10,000, because by the time you add up the collection, how much he had taken.
So what was he gonna do when you had to return it if he sold it all?
He would have to pay us with money. So he actually did find them. He had some excuses. I think he got it down to a smaller amount, but that's how quick we have to pay attention to it. So we do pay attention to our inventory, so we know what we're losing, but we can give you an update of how many items we lost last year.
Okay, thank you.
And the staff does monitor how many people are on wait lists for books that are very popular. And that's what.
Okay, you guys go ahead.
Sure. I got
Yeah.
a quick question. Cece, I wanted to go back to Molokai High School Library. Why is it that the librarian that is hired there, when they both share that same library space with the middle school, that librarian can only watch the kids that come in from the high school, and when the middle school kids come to use it, she cannot service them?
That's a good question. We don't oversee the school library, so I'm not sure what is restricting her from doing that.
So what is the arrangement just under the library facility itself? I mean, I don't
Is that a
understand.
shared facility?
Yeah. No, the high school in it. So the high school,
High school.
the Molokai, yeah. So, so you guys have, oh yeah, sorry. Okay, I was thinking of something else. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, you can ask him in the afternoon though.
Yeah, I will.
TOE.
I will.
Heidi, heads up, it's coming. Okay, why don't we go to the last page of table 6, because the rest you kind of mentioned in your opening remarks. The additional funding for repairs and maintenance. How is this different than the 25 million that you're asking for?
So we're doing all of our elevator modernization projects. It's about 300,000 per. All of our elevators are overdue for that modernization.
How many elevators do you have?
About 5 or 6.
Oh.
6, because we're including our freight elevator. So we're trying to get ahead of this. It's preventive maintenance in some cases. Like you would think that the Manoa Library, which is a little bit newer as far as libraries, that is kind of overdue for a modernization as well.
Of not the whole library.
No, the elevator.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we have lots of costly items, and it's also trying to get ahead in our preventive maintenance as well.
So you're asking for $500,000 added to the base?
Yeah.
1 million.
1 million, right.
And you spend all of it?
I've actually already spent the $1 million for this year.
This is the day-to-day operation. The 25 million are the larger projects that require or there's the PC systems.
Okay, and then the next item is the,
Can I just add one more thing? The RNM money, because it's general funded, we cannot fund improvements to our library, all of
Our
our improvements
CIP.
under the CIP.
Yeah.
So it also handles interior paint. If we need to replace a door that we can't use CIP funds for, reflooring. So even as we set up our temporary libraries, this is the fund that we would use to get a temporary library a space refreshed in order to run a temporary library.
okay, and then what about the last one? The automated material handling system.
So we're trying.
Is this the one in Nanakuli?
Uh,
The
well,
scan?
same type of thing. So thank you very much for supporting RFID. We now have RFID in all of our libraries,
Oh.
self-check in all of
So
our
they're all the,
libraries. So now we want to.
so the one that we saw,
and none of
okay, so
the-
now everybody has that.
everybody has.
Same system.
Same system, and we want to build off of the technology and use it more efficiently with the staff that we have. And so the automated handling system, we want to work with, we have centralized drivers. So on Oahu, they go out, they pick up items, they deliver items, and they bring them back, and they have to sort from 24 libraries by hand. The automated system will allow them to bring back the boxes, put the items on, and it will sort for them, which will take away, it'll improve time for them, but it'll also make it easier for them to manage the system of books that they're moving.
So,
yeah.
so you're adding this to your base though, the 250.
One time cost.
Okay, so just 500 the first year, 200.
It's for the equipment to utilize the RFID technology, which was affixed
Oh,
to.
but then why is it
3 million.
2 separate years?
So the first year is to do the primary distribution on Oahu, which services 25 libraries. It's also our primary distribution to send materials out to neighbor islands. The second year funding is so we can start on regional libraries on the neighbor islands that have high volume.
So the
the-
contract has to be broken up into.
We could probably do it in one contract when we put out for the RFP.
But you're doing it in 2 phases.
Yeah.
What we found with the RFID project is we actually had to do some building work to install gates and to install the new
Yeah.
self-check machines.
Yeah,
We
like
had
in
electrical
Nanakuli.
and-
Yeah. No, what you showed us. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to take a short recess and then we'll have School Facilities Authority. Thank you. Okay, calling Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education back to order. So now we'll hear from School Facilities Authority, who will present their biennial budget. Good morning.
Chair De La Cruz, Kidani, Vice Chairs Kim and Morawaki. My name is Ricky Fujitani. I'm with the School Facilities Authority. The School Facilities Authority is a relatively new agency. We kind of liken ourselves to a startup. It was established in 2020. Not much activity occurred once the agency was established until
We know that.
until 2022, where the executive director was appointed by the governor and then confirmed. In that year, the legislature also appropriated 20 million for Central Maui schools and 200 million for preschools. In 2023, workforce housing was added for $170 million. In 2024, the second executive director was appointed, and that's myself, and confirmed by the SFA board in June. The SFA is not unusual in that other states have adopted similar kinds of structures. Most of the time it was done as a result of a lawsuit to settle equity. So the model we want to ultimately become is like the Massachusetts, where they kind of control and have reformed the CIP process for schools across the state of Massachusetts.
Yeah, that might be what you want, but what does the law say?
The law doesn't say that yet.
Yeah. So you guys should just stick to what the statute requires you to do.
Understood. Yeah. going to my next slide. So. Wrong one. Right, so 3 basic questions. The why, the how, and the what. The why is what we do, which is modern learning environments for public schools and contemporary living environments for workforce housing. How we intend to do it is to improve the way we build schools and housing through standardized designs, through the use of prefabricated construction for speed, and with the goal of building maintainability. Most buildings need to last 8 generations. So that's the key, is how maintainable is a structure. And then finally, innovative procurement using pre-qualified vendors for speed. Best value, this is low bid for quality. And innovative delivery methods like design, build, finance, operate, maintain for private-public partnerships. The what is basically 3 things authorized, and that's preschools, Central Maui schools, and workforce housing. So those are the things that we've been authorized to pursue, and those are our primary programs. The approach that we're taking is to look at solutions or what we've been given in a programmatic approach, to develop programs where we can prove it out and then scale it statewide. Yeah. Too often we look at things one-off or ad hoc, and it doesn't develop a scalable solution statewide. So the best example is with preschools. It started as a pilot in 2003, where the first thing was develop standards. So standards were developed for renovations, for design guidance. Pre-qualified contractors were used for architects and engineers and for contractors. So as a result, that first pilot was done in 7 months for a cost of about $321,000 per room.
Okay, but you know what? Why don't we skip to table 6?
Sure.
Unless there's something that you wanted to highlight in the budget for your budget request. But your table 6, there's CIP requests, huh?
The table 6 from the governor's budget is 2 CIP requests or authorized in his
Okay,
budget.
so you don't have any operating requests?
No.
Okay, so yeah, usually table 6 is operating requests.
Okay.
And then table 15 is the CIP requests, but there looks like there's some inconsistencies between the two. Because you asked for 100 million in table 6 as your second item.
Oh,
But
table
then-
6, yeah.
But then in table 15, you don't see the 100 million.
Yeah, the
The
table
12
6 is
million
the-
looks like that's both in both.
Yeah, what it should be is there's no operating increase.
Yeah, so that
And
should be,
CIP.
no, just put blank,
I see.
because there's no operating requests.
Right.
So,
And that table 15 should be table 6.
yeah, well, table 15 is your CIP request.
Right.
But then what you're missing is the 100 million. It's in table 6, but not table 15. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah. So in our original request, it wasn't 100 million. The 100 million was added by the governor for the,
No, I know, but that's CIP and it's not in the CIP request. You have it in table 6. All CIP should be on table 15, since you don't have any operational ads.
right, the table 15 doesn't have the 100
Yeah.
million for Central Maui schools. Yeah.
No, you do have Central Maui
Oh, right. But
school,
it was,
but it's at 18.4 million.
right. That was our original request. The governor subsequently increased that to 100 million.
Okay, so what's real then? Table 6, table 15, or is there a combination?
What's real is the original request is table 15. What the governor submitted is the 12 million for workforce housing and 100 million for Central Maui School.
Okay, so there's no 36.4 in the governor's budget.
No 36.4 for pre.
Okay, so
pre-K.
that's gone. Okay,
No,
no 6 million.
Planning.
Okay, that's
And no
gone
18
Is
instead of
now
18 is
100
million. Yes,
in 1 year only.
yes.
Okay, so members, I guess that's what we're gonna look at, because there are only two requests is priority 1 and priority 5, but then priority 5 is changed to 100 million in the first year.
That's correct.
Do you have a breakdown of the 100 million?
The original intent of our request was that the infrastructure wouldn't be ready for Central Maui schools, so we were just going to add additional capacity to existing schools. Since then, we've been able to determine that the infrastructure should be ready, and as a result, the 100 million is primarily to build the middle school first in Central Maui. The need for school capacity in Maui is great for both middle and elementary, but the acute need is in the middle school.
Okay, but at the same time, you can spend at least the 18.4.
The 18.4 was to actually just add additional capacity at existing schools. In this case, the 100 million is to actually build a new middle school. So we're not building additional capacity anymore. We're just going to go and build a new middle school first.
Wait, but if we're gonna accomplish the same thing for 18.4 in doing additional capacity versus building new schools at 100.
Yeah, the 18.4 was just to add a handful of classrooms.
But does that accomplish what we need as far as meeting the needs of Central Maui?
No, you need a new school. You need several new schools.
Then why, I don't understand why you guys started with just adding capacity then.
Because at the time, we weren't aware that the infrastructure would be ready at the new site. The new site that we would build a new middle school is at Waikapu.
Yeah, but then that means you would have built the extra classrooms. And then when the infrastructure was ready, then we would have also put in the 100 million.
Right, and then you would build.
That means we're doing double.
No, then you would build less capacity for the middle school and more capacity for the elementary schools. The goal of the Central Maui plan is to be a shared service where it's both middle school capacity and elementary school capacity.
So now it's only going to be middle school.
With 100 million, significant middle school capacity, about 600 seats.
Okay. Because Kihei has how many students now? Are they at full capacity?
Kihei Middle School.
No, the high school that we visited.
Oh, no, high school is just.
Because we built a brand new school. Looks like a beautiful college campus almost. But then it's not near the capacity it probably should be. So are we going to do the same thing?
No, there's a need. The data models for both projected demographics and new housing developments in Central Maui shows a tremendous need for a middle school in Central Maui.
Okay, can you share that data that justifies the 100 million?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And
you don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, actually, in page 4 of the report, there's a general model.
Wait, which report is that? Which page is that you're talking about?
Yeah. But we have more detailed models, but it does have a graph that shows the projected need for Central Maui schools in page 4 of the report.
Oh, no, the concern, the reason why, I mean, what Senator De La Cruz is saying is we spend a lot of money on the Kihei school, and Maui Sabres and what was the other school over there? There wasn't even capacity. Now the enrollment went down because they said Kihei. So the chances of Kihei, what is the capacity of Kihei? 1,200?
I do not know. I would estimate right now.
What is the, if it was fully overcrowded like Campbell, 3,200 students, what would be the capacity of the full student body on Kihei?
Yeah, what's the max population you could accommodate?
So Kihei High School is only 2/3 complete. You probably have only capacity for what's been built so far. So probably 300-400 students, maybe 400 students.
Oh, it's big. Gotta be bigger than that.
No, the school is big. The capacity that he's talking about, the full capacity, they'll never reach it. There's no development. That's the reason why when we brought this up, when it first came into the square building, it was never addressed. All that money that we would spend there, that's why Senator De La Cruz saying, we want accurate data. Because I'll tell you guys why. Well, you probably wasn't here when they built Honolulu Middle. Yeah, the school is over capacity. Kapolei Middle, over capacity. Kapolei High School, over capacity. Ever Elementary, over capacity. Since you guys had been created, you guys had been no schools. And they'd been ready in Ho'opili, Ever Beach, yeah, elementary, now the high school, and there's nothing. I hear all these other places that you guys are gonna be building and try to get things done, which is great. But these other areas was there ready for build prior to this other schools. So I like to know how come there is no vision for the most crowded and most congested area in these islands. There's no future in your capacity build out. You guys going workforce housing. We needed that 20 years ago. I said you guys are gonna be on Ever Beach. So the question is, where in your guys build out that you guys gonna accommodate? Ever Elementary right now is over capacity, almost 1,200 students, a student body for 800 students.
No, I understand your
So I like,
concern.
no, what do you guys plan? When is you guys gonna think about building the elementary? That whole Pili said that it was ready for the last 3 years.
Right, what the school facility authority is only charged with is Central Maui schools. We are not tasked with,
Okay, but when you guys was created, how much money was given to you guys when you guys first, do you guys actually have an office now?
yes, we do.
Okay, so when you guys was created, you guys had no office, no vision. So do you have a vision? Because now you try to say you guys gonna do just concentrating on there. Nobody will tell you guys do that. All the rest, your guys' job was to build new schools.
No, our job is three things authorized by the programs: preschools, Central Maui schools, and in 2023, workforce housing. Those are our three
Okay,
authorized
that is now.
Authorized by who?
by the legislature, the governor, or by the Board of Education.
So yeah, so what was the because I don't recall any document that said do Central Maui.
Oh, no, it's the appropriation to the SFA, ED, and 450. So that's the
Yeah, so that's how you're interpreting it. So if there's an
Absolutely.
appropriation, you're saying that that's a charge,
Absolutely.
but there's no actual authorization document. It's
Yes.
just the budget. You're interpreting it as, okay, if it's in the budget, that means we should do it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
But there's no document that says, do Central Maui, here you go. That's not,
there's nothing in the enabling legislation for the SFA that specifically says to do Central Maui schools. It says to do projects authorized and assigned to us.
no, I know. I just want to make that clear because authorization should be defined. And how you're defining it now is authorization means you got a budget request for, or it's in your budget.
It's in an appropriation, right? Which then we make a request to the governor who releases it, and he's
Yeah, but
released.
except in this case, he added the 100 million.
Oh, no, he had the 20 million was from 2002.
No, you just said the 100 million was from him.
Oh, yeah, that's for the next fiscal year, 26, 27. He's
Yeah.
already released 20 million for the planning of Central Maui schools.
Yeah.
And that's why we're working on Central Maui schools, because it was authorized by the legislature, $20 million. It was released by the governor, and that is why we started.
Yeah. So
working.
how do you coordinate with DOE?
Right, so we
So
work.
does DOE tell you, hey, we're going to have too many students in Central Maui, so can you build us a school?
Right, so we work with the DOE on building Central Maui School.
No,
Or
so
just-
did DOE justify the new middle school?
The DOE has information based on impact fee analysis that there's a huge need for school capacity in Central Maui. And that's
Okay.
why Central
So
Maui.
is
did
the Board of
impact fee.
Education in support of the 100 million?
I do not know that.
So how do we?
The governor's in support of it, obviously.
Yeah, I
because
know,
he
but
put it in his
he
budget.
doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, the Board of Education and the DOE has to know how many students they actually going to have to serve.
Right, so what we're doing is with the planning money, we've built a model that shows there's a need over the next 10 years for literally 4,000 more
Yeah, so-
students in Central Maui.
That's just from their documentation. You know what, though? There's,
Yeah.
like he just said, throughout the state, there's a need.
Absolutely. There's
And
huge
so-
needs everywhere.
But according to DOE, where are their priorities and how does it match up with DOE's? Because are they ready to hire all those teachers? Are they ready to fill the staffing? Are
No,
they
I
ready?
mean,
Because we're gonna build a school, but is the
Absolutely.
staffing component?
At this
Really?
moment in time, there's 17 schools in play with job numbers in the Department of
Yeah,
Education.
but I don't think that the
Yep.
communication between SFA and DOE is as smooth as it probably should be.
Mhm.
Because
And I think we need to fix that because it should be DOE that wags the tail, not the tail wagging.
yeah,
But you know, that we started on Central Maui because it was a legislative appropriation.
no, I get
Yeah,
that.
okay.
I get that. But when we have to balance,
Yes, understood.
you know, he's saying he has schools, there are 400 students too much already. And so if DOE tells us, hey, you know, we have too many students in Central Maui, way more than in Eva, so this one should be the priority.
Yes. Yeah,
But if we have other schools that are overcrowded that need additional classrooms, if maybe that has to be the priority.
absolutely.
So
What,
that's where I'm trying to figure out that
right.
from DOE's perspective,
Right.
where are they prioritizing? And if they think that this should be a priority versus some of these other schools that we're talking about, then we know how to manage it better.
Right.
But it's hard to do both.
Yeah,
Are
what,
you not working with the DOE? Because I would think DOE has the data on their needs, and then you would then find what you're doing in
Yeah.
terms of not just where the budget is, but you would also work with them. Do you work with them?
yes, so we work regularly for each of the programs that we've been authorized with. We work with different groups of the DOE.
But do you see the overall plan, like Senator Favela says, his district?
Yeah.
To see where the priority is
Yeah.
for big needs, to build in big needs instead of building where there is very little
Yeah,
need.
because
Absolutely.
the worst thing is going to be he has overcrowding. We're building a school that may not be at full capacity right away. So how do we manage that?
And that's the key. The way other school districts have dealt with this problem is through a specific group dealing with school modernization. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet. You don't have a
Working with
comprehensive.
the DOE because they have the data. I know the planning office has data. Do you work with them to see?
Yes, absolutely. We have access to that data.
Yeah, but
That's the basic.
construction and operations has to be better coordinated though, because if they're not prepared to do an organizational plan, why are we even doing construction? We're going to build a building. DOE is not even ready to occupy it. They don't have a staffing plan. I think there has to be.
Yes, understood. And for this school, we've been working with the complex area superintendent for Maui. We've been working with the DOE on the planning of this school. Again, this is only one of 17 schools identified by the DOE that's in flight right now.
So who specifically do you work with at the DOE in talking about the school facility needs?
There's three groups. So in preschools, our primary contact is Deputy Heidi Armstrong, because she's in charge of, they're not directly involved with preschools, but that's programming. In terms of Central Maui schools, we're primarily dealing with Randy Moore, Audrey Hidano, and Jadine Urasaki, because those are the ones responsible for facilities development. And then in the terms of workforce housing, we haven't, we're waiting for, probably the best person to work with there is the land group, because it has to do with repurposing state land for workforce housing. So there's three different groups. Yes.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I gotta be honest. I was hoping more that school authority, the SFA, would be taking underutilized DOE land and monetizing it, not necessarily trying to go and do facility maintenance, OFO's job. So that's where there's a disconnect but.
Sure. So, I know you wasn't here in the beginning, but when I came to this square building, I thought the mission for you guys coming on board was to streamline new schools. The person that's in the DOE only was gonna do the old schools, CIPs and fixing up. So when you guys was created, that's what I was told, and that's why I supported it, that you guys are gonna expedite the construction and the building of new schools. That's what's supposed to be done. I understand you could keep talking to me about Central Maui. Central Maui was never in the equation when they was building Ho'opili, the high school in Ever Beach in Ho'opili, and the elementary school in the middle. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You go make teacher workforce housing. We have a shortage of teachers. How are you gonna fill the housing? How are you gonna fill the school, like Senator De La Cruz said? You don't have enough teacher, the staffing that you guys talking about working with who don't want enough staffing. But again, none of these schools here is as crowded as those schools. Why was that not prioritized? Okay, maybe you was in it, maybe a disconnect because you only think is Central Maui. But before Central Maui came in,
But look, it's sticky now.
how come you didn't have no data knowing
But I have to-
that these schools are over capacity and overused? When the elementary school, no, I'm just telling you, because a constituent just call me this morning. She
Understood?
lives in the heart of Ho'opili. She has to drive 25 minutes through that whole big community to go to Eva and get stuck by Renton Road because everybody from Ho'opili is going to Eva Elementary. So again, maybe you wasn't here long enough. Central Maui Workforce Housing. Where is in your future, you making a suggestion or appropriations going forward? You said there's 17
No,
schools.
but that's where I think there's a big disconnect between what's going on in the operations of DOE versus
But
SFA. So
this guy understands why it was created.
no, so that's where I think that no, but because of the because it's not seamless, we had a bill last year to reorganize so that we can try to solve some of these issues. Because if the current operations isn't even solving what you're talking about, then we have to restructure it so that it can.
Is, for example, our request was 6 million to do exactly what he's doing, to get the money to create a comprehensive plan, looking at all the needs statewide. That was never assigned to us or appropriation to actually do that. The only thing that was assigned to us or appropriated was the Central Maui schools.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Hashimoto.
Well, I think thanks for being here. You know, I think I don't want to make sure that we downplay the need for this school. I think part of it is, you know, I have to give SFA some credit for the data that they've come up with and the focus that they've been going on, because I think I think a lot of the questions that we have is actually for the DOE. What is their plan? Because I did ask, what is their Central Maui plan? And they didn't have one. And so absent of their planning, we need to make sure that, you know, we have some type of capacity surge, because I think that's the challenge right now is we have all this overcrowding, but sometimes their focus is not in the same area that where we should be focusing and where legislators we should be focusing. You know, I think even on Maui, there is a debate where we should be building schools, right? There's things going on in West Maui that they feel that they should rebuild a school. But at that point, all the students have come to Central Maui, and so we're overcrowded. So there's broader conversations that I think are very important that we need to have
But that
regarding
that might be Maui County too, right? Because I mean, are people going to go back to West Maui, and will that change
potentially at some
change
point,
the
right?
dynamics of Central Maui, or is it going to be, if they move to Central Maui, is then that permanent? Because then what you don't want to be stuck with is building all of it, but then you don't,
People.
you know, you
Right.
might
So it's a two-phase thing. We have immediate. So that's why Ricky was asking for capacity building, because we have all this West Maui people right now, right? And then, but then we still have this longer term. Like if you look at Central Maui, it's one of the fastest growing communities, and so you need capacity. So it's a question with the DOE and what is their surge plan? How are they managing? How are they making sure that this is the priority, right? And so I think it's something that we really got to think about. And I think the bottom line though is the communication factor. I think the thing that you brought up regarding how are we going to do this operationally is the operations going to support what the building? I think that's a very, very important conversation that we haven't necessarily figured out.
That's right. Having two separate may not be the best for us.
Could be.
I totally agree. We should take a step back, decide which to take the lead and the focus and priorities on. And I agree with Senator Favela that someone has to develop a comprehensive program, not just for Central Maui, not just for Leeward, but for Oahu, all the districts that have these same issues. We don't have that comprehensive plan on the needs of schools going forward.
Yeah,
And
but you know,
that's
when
essential.
SFA first was talked about, when Bill and Alan were coming around, you know, they showed us schools in Chicago and all of these. They showed us vertical schools, new schools. I'm not sure what you guys have planned, but it's not supposed to be the same type of construction or design that we have now.
Absolutely. That's why,
It was
again,
supposed to be 21st century, they call it 21st century schools, which is still not clearly defined, and we don't have a prototype yet, but I don't know, it's getting mixed up. It's the
Right.
intention of what it was supposed to do, what the loss is, the duplication between SFA and DOE. It's really messy.
and where the money's flowing, where you actually have resources.
And then
to
two
do
different
things.
boards who
Mhm.
have your board has no idea what's going on with board business at DOE.
No.
Yeah, that's awkward. So some of that gotta get cleaned up.
I'd like to pivot from Central Maui to Mililani. And I think I had a conversation with you because I think I'll state this publicly, that the financing mechanism that you're using at Mililani bothers me tremendously. I don't think you should be accessing the low-income housing tax credit. So I did ask you to figure out what will it actually cost us to build this Mililani project without using the low-income housing tax credit. And I hope you have that information for us to present to the committee today.
I don't have a definitive number. I can give you a range right now. So I totally understand. There's several major tasks affiliated with Mililani. One big one is the financing mechanism. The original proposal
Okay, wait,
of
just real quick.
Sure.
Historically, we had put in 50 million.
65,
What was it, 200 million total? And then the governor had vetoed some.
170 million,
Okay, and
65 million specifically for Mililani.
And then he vetoed it down to 5.
5, right?
So if we had the whole 65 million, then hopefully you wouldn't have to do what Senator Hashimoto asked you about.
We're trying to give you a better number than the 65.
Because I agree with him. That wasn't the intention.
I totally understand. It's just that by the time it got to the SFA, it was 5 million, which would lapse. So it was encumbered in a consulting contract to do all the heavy lifting for legal bond funding. So there's no money available directly for the housing project. And the vendor that was awarded the award was going to do no cost to the state, but tapping sources of funding that really wasn't appropriate or wasn't the
Yeah, but
intention.
if
of
you're
the
going to
legislature.
answer his question of what that amount would be needed if you don't do, wouldn't that just be the 65 million?
I think it's less than that. I'm trying to get them a better number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because back then there was no RFP, there was no awardee. Now we have an awardee which has a proposal. We're trying to finalize what that actual number would be. And I hope to have that soon. But
Okay.
it's
Well,
less
and
than
I have
65
to,
million.
we have to be clear, because also
Absolutely.
you shouldn't be tapping tier 2 funds of the rental housing revolving fund, which is the other component that you're
Right.
trying to tap. Like, we need to know what is the true cost that SFA needs to build this out without tapping everybody else's money.
Yeah, and
So
not
at
just
least
you
we know.
guys, not just you guys,
Yeah.
DHHL too. But
Yeah,
the
we
problem,
understand.
the problem when state agencies start to take HHFTC's money is, one, now these private-public partnerships
Yes.
are minimal, if any. And secondly, now you're just tying up staff time.
Understood.
So you guys have to do the application, HHFTC has to review it, going back and forth versus if we just gave you the direct appropriation.
No, I understand.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been part of that problem in my previous job, that whole ecosystem. So I understand how you want a straight, clean, what's the cost to build funding? And we will try to get that to you as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We look forward to that number.
Yeah.
On top of that, HHFTC funds itself from these funds that we put in, and which only reduces the cost.
I know it's a pyramiding of funding, different sources,
Yeah.
third party.
I mean, it
ones
just,
and-
it perplexes me why DHHL continues to want to use that model versus just telling us, look, this is how much we need for development.
Understood.
Any other questions for? Okay, why don't we recess? Oh, go ahead.
Did you ask about the impact fees funds? Is it under you folks or is it under DOE?
Yeah, so it's unclear. That's another area that needs to be cleared, right? So
Statutorily.
yes, absolutely. So right now, in the last session,
Yeah, there was a bill.
people didn't want the DOE to implement it, so implementation went to the SFA. So we're implementing the impact fees ministerially, but the policy and the creation, the calculation of it is by the Board of Education.
So who holds the funds?
The funds are ultimately held with the DOE system in an SFA account.
So how much is it in that account?
It's about 19 million right now. 19-20 million.
And is there a plan on how you're going to use those funds?
Well, because we're only authorized for Central Maui, we intended to use that money for Central Maui schools.
Yeah, but if.
But that money
no,
didn't generate from.
Yeah,
No, it is. It's an impact district on, you have to spend it in this 5 impact districts,
No, but the money that was generated, where was it generated from?
in 5 impact fee districts.
yeah, that's what she's
Okay.
saying. So if there was a district in Eva,
It
a
could be
new
used.
development,
Yes. could be used.
they ended up putting money into the impact fees, right? Now you have that, and then now you're gonna use it for Central
No, you
Maui.
can't. You only can use the EVA impact fee fees. So the overall fund is 19-20 million.
But there's sub-accounts.
Central Maui is probably 2 or 3 million.
So can you provide this committee with a breakdown of those monies and where they're, what areas?
Sure,
they're-
sure, yeah.
they're-
That's
So
in
how
the,
much does Eva have?
They should have a lot.
probably the most, 4 or
Right.
5.
Okay, so why aren't you guys using that money for what he's talking about,
Yeah.
if it's in there?
But we're not authorized to build any schools in.
Even though you have the cash?
Well, you guys have to deal with.
Yes, I mean.
That's why I was asking you, does
For-
that have to be, because if you have the cash, you don't need necessarily the appropriation, you could just do a reso maybe.
Or you could get a BNF waiver, but we don't, for 4 or 5 million, you could probably build 4 or 5 classrooms. Yeah.
Well, this gotta get cleaned up,
So,
so.
So when
yeah,
you talk
it-
about authorization, what are
Yeah.
you talking about?
So the,
The DOE needs to give you authorization.
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. He's saying
it's
it has to
unclear.
be an appropriation in the budget.
it's unclear because it's a special fund. We can't spend money in a special fund. We don't have that power.
Well, we
It has
can't
to-
put it in the budget if we don't know about it. So that's part of the problem
Right.
is you guys got to work with DOE.
Yeah, but for authorization, so the DOE has had access to this money for 17 years. And that's why expenditure was transferred to us as a result of last year's statute. That's why it's very confusing. Yet the authority to spend is literally dependent upon the governor to authorize the use in special funds.
So let me ask you this
Yes.
then. Is there a bill or any legislation being proposed to clean up this mess?
We proposed some, but unfortunately it didn't advance to the governor's package.
Yeah, but so you talk to any legislators, you talk to
The
the,
governor doesn't make all those
Yeah.
decisions. That's
Right.
what we're here for.
Understood.
so what
From
does that
an
mean?
Executive standpoint.
So what does that mean? Understood.
No, so, well, if you don't propose something, one of us will.
Well, they need to.
They
need
can
to.
comment after our proposal, we can fix it, but
But we're, the process for the executive branch side is to do it through the governor's package, right? And that's what we did.
Well, okay, but if it doesn't get done, then you're just gonna sit and wait and then just, sit in your own mess and don't do anything about it?
Well, from the executive branch, the proper channel for us is to do it. through-
Okay.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't get done, what's your alternative? Don't you have alternatives?
If
What's your alternatives?
we would hope if you would sponsor.
We not can do it if you don't ask us.
terrible, because if these kids are actually, if you take his example of 400 students overcrowding.
Right.
With 1,200 students in an 800 student school,
Yes.
and you're saying, well, I'm just gonna wait. I mean, come on, what are
Well,
we gonna do?
first of all, Senator, we don't have authority to spend the
No, I
impact.
know,
money.
yeah, but I'm going back to what
Yeah,
Senator
I
Kim
said
is saying.
on a bigger picture.
On a
Yes.
bigger picture, you have that money, somebody
Yeah.
didn't do anything about it, yet we have 400 kids that can't fit in an 800
Yes.
student school.
And this wouldn't even come up if I didn't bring it up at the last minute. You didn't even mention this, that there's an issue, there's a problem. You guys don't tell us the problems. You folks are ones supposed to
Yeah,
know what the
there's-
problems are and tell us. Right? That's leadership. And hook or crook, we gotta do something. You can just sit and wait. Well, the governor didn't put in a package. Well, you have so many of the agencies, so many professors, so many people, community, they come to us and they backdoor everybody because they want to get it done. So I don't understand that you're not going to let the subject chair know about it or the budget chair know about it.
Understood.
Yeah, you
work
guys
with
gotta be
appropriate committees.
proactive.
Yes.
Question, do you know why the impact fees goes to the DOE and not going to you guys as funding? Do you know why?
Because in the enabling legislation for the SFA, operations of the impact fees as a result of the legislative audit were transferred to the SFA.
Okay, but why?
Because
because SFA is in charge of building new schools. The
No.
impact fees, wait, let me finish. The impact fees that whole PA gives $1,200 to $1,500 per house, maybe more, goes into an impact fee to do the same thing that we've been just talking about, to be building, improving new schools in the district. And that hasn't been done. That's why you guys was created, to expedite this. So I guess you wasn't here in the beginning, but I'm just letting you know in the talks that I remember being in this square building, why we was a need for you guys. But it seems like that need is not a need. Yeah, it's a big mess. So that's what I'm telling you. So you can tell me what your interpretation is or what the governor gonna tell you, but I like you to tell the governor, go tell my community that they get charged impact fees. Nothing going in on because he never said nothing about it. He not giving you authorization to use the $20 million.
Again, for Eva, that fee is probably $4 to $5 million. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, overall. I'm not saying how much you guys will get
Yeah.
from our impact fees.
Chair. As a follow-up, Director, what would have your proposed change been to clean up the language in statute? Can you share with these committees?
For the impact fees.
Correct.
For the impact fees. Oh, yeah, for the impact fees, first of all, you want to align governance with operations. So you would either let the DOE manage it because they determine the policy at the board level, or you keep operations with the SFA and you give our board the governance and policy changes. So
And your proposed language would have given your board, School Facilities Authority, operation to be able to encumber those funds?
we have the operation already, but the policy side to determine what that calculation of the impact fees were, what impact fee districts are relevant. Like, for example, it makes no sense to have an impact fee district in West Hawaii, given what's happened, that should be stopped.
Okay.
And then for Leeward, where there's so much need, you would actually increase the impact fees to meet the needs of what has to be built in EVA. Because right now, given that impact fees have been around for 17 years and you don't even have enough money to build one classroom wing, it's clearly not enough money.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
So sure. I guess that begs the question, well, do we even need impact fees? Because if it's not enough to build us anything, why don't we just get rid of it so we can help with the cost of overall housing construction? No, it's a state law.
It's state law, yeah.
The city also.
They collect it for us, and Big Island has refused to collect it for us, so they're not even paying impact fees.
Yeah, from a policy standpoint, I think we should eliminate impact fees. And at the last session, when the bill was there to repeal it, we testified in favor of that.
Okay, so
It's
you're still on that bandwagon then.
Yes, we are.
Okay, got it.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we're gonna recess and then we'll bring up Executive Office of Early Learning. Okay, calling the joint meeting back to order. So we'll next hear from Executive Office of Early Learning. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chairs Moriwaki and Kim. I'm Yuko Adikokros, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. With me today, I have our Government Affairs Specialist, Jennifer Chow, our Business Management Officer, Kelly Benoit, and our Communications Specialist, Tara Castrovinci. So EOEL here is responsible for two main functions. One of them is coordinating the early learning system, and the other one is the administration of one of the public pre-K options, EOEL Public Pre-K. And we also host the Head Start Collaboration Office Director in our office. So our vision and our mission are here, but essentially we're aiming to have every child in Hawaii have access to high quality early childhood development and learning experiences, which will lay the foundation for lifelong well-being. Again, this is another visual of our two main functions of our office. So here are some notable measures and things of our office. So over the last biennium, we did open 55 brand new EOEL classrooms. And so we are up to now 94 campuses with 92 classrooms. We were awarded, over about $260,000 in early childhood stipends to 103 participants. And at this time, it was 12 completers, but we are now up to 18. And also we were selected to be a part of a national rapid survey project with Vermont. And in partnership with the Early Childhood Action Strategy, and as a result of attending the Hunt Institute, we applied for and were selected to participate in the Children's Funding Project Fiscal Map. And so we're in the process of creating a statewide fiscal map for all children 0 to 24. So we've reached out to all the different budget groups of each department and also our mayor's offices to try to create this comprehensive picture of funding for children in Hawaii from 0 to 24. We've also expanded the counseling license awarded by Chaminade to pre-K. So what was occurring is that counselors in Dewey Public Schools licenses actually say K to 12. And what we were noticing is that we wanted to ensure that children in pre-K have support. So we worked with the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in Chaminade, and now we have expanded that to include pre-K. So when we're looking at what does success look like, we take a look at some leading and some lagging indicators. So leading are things that we do that can hope to get us to success, and lagging is, do we actually get there or not? So we're looking at seats and options across all the islands. How many children are enrolled? How many children meet our priority categories? The qualifications of our workforce, the quantity of the workforce, and also the quality of the interactions between teachers and children in our classrooms. For federal funds, we do have one FTE position, which is our Head Start State Collaboration Office Director. They're one of the many grantees for Head Start, but the collab director sits in our office. So one of the things we took a look at is any possible impacts of loss of federal funds to the early learning system. And so we have some details here that you also have the details, but we also said if we happen to have this, here's what some possibilities might be. There's two parts, of course, IDA Part C that sits in Department of Health and IDA Part B that sits in the DOE. And I'm sure that both of them are also monitoring these potential impacts to their programs as well. One of the things I did want to highlight, though, is that should there be loss of federal funding for Head Start, each of those children and families who are 3 and 4 would qualify for charter EOEL and preschool open door subsidies. And then also the Child Care Connections, which is also federal, which could impact infants and toddlers. So for non-general funds, we do have an institutional analyst in our office who actually is a real dentist, and she really values dental health along with other health and nutrition aspects. And she wrote for a grant. So we're really excited to be able to offer information through outreach and also toothbrushes and toothpaste to promote dental health in our students and families. So again, thanks to the legislature's continued commitment, we now serve 3 and 4-year-olds. Previously, currently the Department of Education takes children from the day they turn 3 for early childhood special education services. Charter schools were already taking children who were 3. And at the time that preschool open doors was being aligned to also accept 3-year-olds, EOEL also changed to accept 3-year-olds, so 2 years prior to kindergarten enrollment. Again, we opened up 11 new classrooms in school year 23-24. And so now again, we're up from 90 to 74 campuses with 92 classrooms. And so 2 years ago, when I first started, we had 34 campuses with 37 classrooms. So one of the questions that was asked is, how do we develop our budget and prioritize our request? So our primary driver is Act 46 of 2020. And so we look at access and opportunity across the islands. We look at space and capacity and site utilization. We have to know that there's supportive leadership because we do include professional development and training and professional learning communities for the administrators, the teachers, and the educational assistants. And then we also look at identified needs. So we have a chart that includes all DOE public schools and the percentage of children within those schools that have early childhood special education
They're English language learners. One thing that we do not have data on right now, though, is foster care, but we're still learning more about where children who are in foster care reside. We do look at children with unstable housing and families that fall below 300% at the federal poverty level. And one of the things I do want to highlight is that EOEL public pre-K is not exclusively for these priority categories, but we do give preference to these priority categories. So our budget request is this. We would like to add 25 additional classrooms in the first year and 25 additional classrooms in the second year. So that would total 50 brand new classrooms over the next 2 years. With those 50 classrooms, we would require 50 teachers, 50 educational assistants, and also 8 early learning state office teachers who will provide the coaching, mentoring, ongoing support, and the assessments of the interactions in those classrooms. And here's another way to visualize it. And this is just a trajectory of the Executive Office on Early Learning since its inception in 2014. You can see the sharp spike off to the right, and that's thanks to the effort and the of the legislature, and especially our partner with our Lieutenant Governor. And the faded out right on the last 2 dots would be EOEL's trajectory should our funding requests be approved.
So you guys filled the, what is it? The 126 that was provided previously?
So yes. So right now, so actually, when you look at, let me just go back here just so I can stop. So right now, one thing that came up that was very interesting is that right now of all the teachers of the classrooms, we have only one that is a substitute because a teacher went out on maternity. So, you know, when we talk about teacher shortage, we were really, really focused on the teacher side. And what ended up happening is that it was the educational assistant side that was a little challenging. So we had 13 vacancies. We now have filled 3 of those. There's subs in the rest of them, except for 5 rooms. And so one of the things that we noticed when we worked with the Office of Talent Management is that the descriptor of what would qualify somebody as an educational assistant was slightly off because we were not taking into consideration this 120 training hours that could be provided through like a Head Start or through Patch. And so we cleaned up that language. And so there are principals who have people that are subbing in the spots that they're hoping to place them permanently into the positions.
Okay, so you filled everything we gave you already.
Essentially. With the exception of those 5 EAs. So all the rooms are open. There are some that are having a little bit of, there's only 5 out of the 92 classrooms that are having a little bit of challenge.
Okay, because in your vacancy chart.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, like you said, you have quite a bit of educational
assistants
in there.
Yeah. And so since the time that we completed this, then we have, so they show, so they have subs and 89-day hires in there, but it's still considered vacant. And then, but we filled 3 of those of the 13.
Okay. And then the next item was the 250,000.
The 58 positions. So I know you have to certify them. So
Well, it's 108 total, right?
yeah. So,
Yes. Over 2 years. Yeah.
So how are you filling that if you have vacancies and you don't have the staffing capacity?
Yes. So right now, so with the teachers, but surprisingly, because that's where I thought we were going to have the challenge, we have all our teacher positions filled, with the exception of one because she just went out on maternity. And the education assistant, we believe that it was a misalignment, partial misalignment of the qualifications of what would qualify
So
somebody.
that's getting fixed.
Yes. Yeah. We actually just,
Okay, so but other than that,
for the next,
yeah, I think what she's wanting to know is what's the progression or pathway to fill these?
Mhm.
You're working with either the UH
Yeah.
or Shaman.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We are. And we actually have
both the education assistant and
the
the
teachers.
okay. So
Yeah.
that's in place.
So we are working on those right now. So
Oh,
of
you
course
don't
we have.
have it in place yet.
Oh, no, we do. I mean, we are actively working on this. So when when principals are interested in EOEL public pre-K, we talk to them about the responsibility to participate in professional development, the space that's requirement, and we use DHS guidelines for that, the requirement of the teacher and the EA. And so because I understand the timing of their postings and the positions, I'm able to tell them, if you already know you want an EA, here's the requirement, have them start to register for this course using our stipend
And you-
program.
You're talking to the schools about. this.
Principals,
Yeah.
yes. And our team is talking to principals about that,
Yeah.
yes.
But what about at UH and Chaminade and HBU, their education?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So so UH is our partner for our early childhood educator stipend program. And CC is also a partner for on Oahu, and then all of the community colleges, because they are also part of the
So
stipend
how many
program.
staff have you gotten from the UH and community colleges?
Oh, so I have a number of people who participate in the stipend program, but they also spread out to the whole early childhood field. So it's not only for EOEL. But I can get data on the completers in terms of who came into EOEL. I can get data on that. And then Chaminade and Kameme have a partnership with the Mu'o Scholarship. So they have cohorts of 50 that are supporting education in general.
So are these training programs online, or are they available so that when you send people, who pays? Do the individual pay, or do we have a contract with the educational institutions?
Yes.
How do you get them trained?
So, for example, if I wanted to if I wanted to join the field of early learning and I learned about the stipend program, we have a QR code on our flyer and they can sign up, enter onto the stipend program. Then they're connected with somebody at the university who can help them like with which courses they should be taking. Likewise with Chaminade, even though they don't utilize that scholarship, we do work with the Chaminade's early learning team, and they're excellent as well. All like University of Hawaii, CC, Chaminade, especially because that's who we talk with a lot. They have been really looking at expanding how they offer and when they offer their programming to be more flexible. So whether it's online courses or Chaminade offering the way that they cycle their courses through and having everything available every single month as a potential offering, and having synchronous and asynchronous classes so that supports the workforce statewide. I think these are a lot of pieces that we're pressing into right now.
So the individual pays, or do you have a contract with the educational institution?
So the individual does not need to pay, but what they do owe is a give back of 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? And then I guess, oh, go ahead.
So I guess, when you're going through your expansion, and I think you came to me and we talked a little bit about this. Were you able to look at the data that you sent me regarding who your priority learners are?
Yes.
And what was your takeaway from the data of who you're servicing, of your priority people that are getting this early access before October?
So, so in our data, when we look at children, we know that 90 to 98% of our children do fall into their priority categories. So when we look at the schools, though, I'll give you an example. Sometimes there was a little bit of concern that we were opening classrooms in, I would say, like a more affluent area. But within those schools, there's still children who qualify for free and reduced meals, early childhood special education services, and also who are experiencing homelessness. And so, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But according to your data, about 53%. What is this low SES? That's, I assume that's the 300% of the poverty level.
They would qualify for free and reduced meals.
Okay, so this is under the 300% poverty level that's in the slide you gave us, right? So I guess when I saw that number, I was really concerned because I think it goes back to the conversation that, and my intuition was correct, that most of your kids that you're admitting 53% of these kids under the 300% poverty level, even though they could qualify for preschool open doors.
So one of the things that the field of early learning cares for is parent choice. so parents have the choice to
I
choose.
understand, but the thing is when we are lapsing preschool open doors monies because we can't spend it all. When we take a look at the totality of what we're trying to do is expand the capacity of pre-K. That's what's frustrating me a little bit, is that we are not expanding pre-K. We're just moving the people that qualify for preschool open doors into your seats, and then we're not maximizing the preschool open doors seats or funding that we have, and we're giving it back to the state because we're not expending it all. So I think strategically, I want to see this come down, or we got to change the law. Right. And so that was the question that I had for you folks, is what is the strategy that we're going to do? And now we have the data to show that we're just letting money go because we're not maximizing the seats that we have. So I want to understand what your thinking is. And if it's, I hope it's not that, oh, it's parent choice, we don't really care. I hope we are looking at it as a system to really figure out how do we move all these pieces so that we can expand the access to pre-K. Because I think you can't look at it in the sense of, oh, I'm just looking at it in my program, I'm full, I don't care. But then we look at preschool open doors and we have so much capacity there.
So thank you for the comment. So there's a couple of things that we're tracking. We do track patches, licensed and also desired capacity seats, and along with EOEL. And so what we're actually seeing is like a decline in the birth rates and also the increase of public pre-K, but also other pre-K. So there's also charters that are coming up. There's also the military that's going to be coming up. We also have community-based providers that are actually coming up. And so the portion that I think that we are focused on are the unserved children, as Act 46 asks us to be.
I understand, but 53% can get covered under another program.
They could also come under Head Start as well. So I think that there's a few things that are happening in community-based. So when you look at license and desired capacity, right now, sometimes people are not able to accept children up to their full capacity because they don't have the workforce in the community-based sector. So
I understand. I think what I would like to hear, though, is what is the strategy to make sure that we're expanding pre-K? All I'm hearing is why we're not. Right. I think you're just saying, oh, these are all the problems, but it's in the numbers. If you're 53%, it could be served by another program. We need to understand how we're going to bring that down, or are we going to change the law? Right. I've never heard that we're going to try and change the law to expand the use of our current pre-K classrooms. Right. Where are we trying to go with this? Right. I think I understand where the LG is trying to go. It's universal pre-K, but that's why I want to hear from EOEL that we're all on the same page, that we're all moving towards that.
I mean, of course. So Act 46 is asking us to find seats for 100% of children who are 3 and 4 by 2032. And so that's the trajectory that we're on right now. EOEL, public pre-K has our piece, charter schools have their piece, community-based have their piece, and the preschool open door subsidy has actually doubled or tripled the amount of children that they've actually been able to serve. So they are serving more, we are serving more, and right now there's over 6,000 children that have no seat anywhere. So
and that's my point, but yet we're giving back money under preschool open doors, and nobody's concerned about that, I think.
I think so. Preschool Open Doors Administration doesn't fall directly under EOEL. That's with Department of Human Services.
Yeah, maybe you guys should do an MOA at least and kind of work this out, because that's not good for us to return federal funds.
So Preschool Open Doors is state funds.
No, yeah.
I agree that we shouldn't, but I don't understand. So EOEL students do not need, it is at no cost to the families because EOEL is a free public pre-K option, just like charter schools. So the Preschool Open Doors is for community-based centers that charge for tuition. And so the way that EOEL supports that is by doing outreach, helping families try to apply for it. That's how we support the broader space. And so also looking at.
But do you have an agreement between you and
the
DHS?
We don't administer their money.
No, I'm not suggesting.
I'm so sorry. So what would the MOA be for?
So to meet the gaps that he's talking about, so that there's more of a comprehensive plan versus they do their own and you do your own.
I can I can definitely look
Is that
into
what
it.
you're
I'm just
asking?
trying to think about the details of what that would include, and that's all that I'm
Well,
thinking
the
about.
bottom line is if we're truly going to do what the act says,
Mhm.
right, we should be maximizing every resource that we have. And the
Yeah.
frustrating part is we're not. And that's my only point.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to bother you that we're not maximizing it. And it should. It should. You should be like, hey, as the EOEL, as the to get to the intent of the act, we all should be working together to figure this out. Like, and your data should be reflecting that you know you're serving the people that they're not serving, right? And there should be an understanding that, hey, okay, we want choice, but we need to make sure that everything is exhausted as well. But it's not.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna take a recess because DOE is next.
Thank you.
Oh, you had a question? No. Yeah, so we probably need, like 1:20. Okay, recess to 1:20. Okay, reconvening the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. Next, we'll hear from the Department of Education, who will present their biennial budget requests. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aloha Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Moriwaki, Chair Kidani. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the department's budget request for the upcoming fiscal biennial. And also aloha to the other committee members also. Joining me today are Board of Education Chair Roy Takumi, Deputy Superintendents Heidi Armstrong for academics, Tammy Automari Chan for strategy and administration, and Dean Uchida, operations. Also, our team of assistant superintendents are available. Our core mission at the Department of Education is education. We develop the academic, character development, and social-emotional well-being of our students. We're deeply committed to working alongside our families, communities, and partners to ensure that every student can achieve their aspirations, from early learning to post-secondary education and citizenship. This mission is at the heart of every decision we make and is the foundation of our budget proposal today. To give you a sense of the scale and scope, we serve over 152,000 students across 258 public schools. Our students come from diverse backgrounds. Nearly 54% of our students have significant challenges, including being economically disadvantaged, requiring special education services, or English learners. To carry out our responsibilities, we have over 42,000 employees, and including nearly 13,000 teachers. This makes us one of the largest employers and service providers in the state, and the quality of our services has a direct impact on the well-being and future success of our state.
I think everybody here is public school.
That is awesome.
Barrington.
Okay. And that speaks to the robustness, I think, of our public school system that our graduates are alumni. Thank you very much. Under our 2023-29 strategic plan, we're working toward implementing strategies to ensure that our graduates.
Vikings.
Students are globally competitive and locally committed. Our goal is for every student to graduate on time and be prepared so that they can choose to attend college, enter the workforce, or join the military. It's important for our students to be prepared so that they can be successful anywhere in the world, but we really want our students to remain connected to their communities and choose to stay here in Hawaii. Our budget request aligns with those goals, ensuring that our public schools receive the predictable and reliable resources to support successful student outcomes. Next, I'd like to highlight the long-term progress we've made in student achievement. The National Assessment of Educational Progress is considered the nation's report card. Hawaii's performance on this national benchmark has shown steady growth over the last 2 decades in key areas like 4th grade reading and 8th grade mathematics. This growth demonstrates that targeted interventions and investments can yield meaningful results. This slide shows how our 4th graders have improved over the last 20 years in reading on the NAEP in comparison to the rest of the country.
The shaded graph at the bottom of the slide shows where we were back in 2003. Hawaii is the orange bar. The yellow bar is the national average for public schools. The top graph shows our ranking in 2022, the most recent results that are publicly available. Our reading scores have surpassed the national average and now rank in the top 10 states. On this slide, you can see our 8th grade math scores on the NAEP over the last 20 years. Again, the bottom graph shows where we ranked nationally back in 2003. The yellow bar is a national average for public schools, and the top graph shows our ranking in 2022, the most recent results that are publicly available. Our math scores have improved over time, but we're still below the national average. Our NAEP gains underscore the importance of sustained funding. To continue improving, we need to address persistent challenges such as learning loss caused by the pandemic and resource gaps in underserved communities. Mathematics and middle school are two areas of focus reflected amongst the strategic initiatives in our budget request. Attendance is another important focus. The pandemic created unprecedented challenges for our students. One stark example is attendance. Our students need to be in school on time, all day, every day. Before the pandemic, approximately 86% of students attended school regularly. In the wake of COVID, that number dropped to 66%. We are implementing targeted strategies that are seeing improvements, but we're still not back to pre-pandemic levels and need to invest more. On the next slide, you'll see why this is such important data. Inconsistent attendance has profound implications for academic success, social development, and long-term outcomes. Regular attendance is defined as students attending school 90% of instructional days in a school year. On this slide, you can see the difference in outcomes between students who attend school regularly and those who do not. Starting with on-time graduation on the left, followed by language arts proficiency, math proficiency, and science proficiency. Addressing this issue is a top priority, and our budget request includes resources to help schools expand programs designed to re-engage students and support their academic and emotional recovery. In developing this budget, we sought to balance fiscal responsibility with the urgent needs for our schools and students. First, alignment with our strategic plan, ensuring our investments directly contribute to student success. Second, balance, recognizing the fiscal constraints shared by lawmakers and state agencies alike. And third, reliability, providing students and schools with the consistent resources they need to plan effectively and support all of our students. This biennium presents both challenges and opportunities, from addressing inflationary pressures to supporting our workforce and overcoming the lasting impacts of the pandemic. Through this budget, we aim to ensure every student in Hawaii has the opportunity to succeed. I'd like to turn things over to Assistant Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer Brian Hallett to go over our budget requests and items requested by the committees. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
Happy New Year.
I'll be going over the next slides with you to continue to cover the topics that you asked us to present on today. The next topic is federal funds. Although much less than the legislatively appropriated general funds, federal funds continue to play an important role in public education, making up approximately 11% of our department's appropriation. This chart shows the national level funding for major federal education grants and is in millions of dollars. Each row represents a unique grant. We want to focus on the last two columns in this table. It provides the latest information we have publicly available on the House draft of the budget and the Senate draft from Congress. What we can see is given the continuity in the Congressional House of Representatives, that gives us the clearest indication of what we can expect going forward. From this chart, we can get a sense of the potential threat to predictable and reliable funding, for cuts to support for core programs in the House draft of the budget.
Wait. What high school?
By Powell High School.
See, you know what? All the private
Marauders.
all the private school people work for us. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so from here we can see we'll need to continue to monitor what's going on with the federal budget, how it develops, and we hope for the opportunity to report back to the committee as new information becomes available. But you can see just there's some gaps there in the House draft of the budget for funding. Okay, the next slide is our non-general funds. These are just links to our reports that are produced annually. These reports provide information on each of our non-general funds, including actual and projected revenues and expenditures, measures of effectiveness, and appropriated and planned characters of expenditures. Next slide. Our budget request. Let's see, the department began its work on the biennium budget proposal back in April of 2024. I think just even before the session had finished. To come up with this biennium budget proposal before you, we established a budget review group that responded to calls from policymakers for the department to look within its existing resources to fund its work where possible. This review group went through a very rigorous process to review the base budget and the requests with each of our offices, for example, IT, facilities, fiscal, talent management, and develop recommendations that were ultimately presented to the department's executive leadership team and to Superintendent Hayashi for consideration and for decision-making. So this flat budget proposal before you was developed to align with our strategic plan goals, work within fiscal constraints as communicated by lawmakers and the Department of Budget and Finance instructions, to provide schools with predictable, reliable resources for their planning purposes. And it also recognizes our projected enrollment declines. We have challenges. This slide summarizes some of those challenges. The first one is the state's funding fiscal cliff for the biennium, where we're starting, our budget is set to start with approximately $100 million less next year than what we have in our budget general fund appropriation for this year. Second, we still continue to face inflation, areas such as utilities, athletic transportation, teacher sabbatical costs. You'll see that in our line item requests. Third, we're still faced with lingering pandemic impacts that are happening nationally. We see it's taking longer than initially anticipated to overcome. Fourth, like all other departments, we face recruitment and retention challenges for a high quality workforce. We are making strides there. And fifth, we face uncertainty with what type of partnership we can count on from the federal government going forward. To be seen. Next slide. This is really just a depiction of our flat budget request. This bar chart provides perspective with fiscal year 25. In the first column in blue, it says $2.2 billion appropriation in general funds. The next two columns are FY 26 and 27. You can see the base budget there in blue, $2.08 billion, and an executive request in the first year of $89 million and $87.7 million in the second year. So you can see that the FY 26 and 27 requests are actually slightly less than the fiscal year 25 funding level. Now, these slides do exclude collective bargaining, which we'll cover in a next slide. There is also the folding of collective bargaining previously approved in addition to what you see on this slide. Next slide. So this table includes all of our adjustments, how we move from fiscal year 25.
Wait. Senator Kim, which high school did you graduate from?
Gonna cheer for Farrington. Gonna cheer for Farrington. Why?
100%.
No, because the whole committee so far is public school.
Oh. Call Licky Licky.
Okay.
Okay, so this first table is FY 26. You can see the build from the 2.2 billion to the 2.3 billion in total with the inclusion of collective bargaining. The next slide is the same information for fiscal year 27. And then the next slide, well, the previous slides broke down our budget by EDN. This slide breaks down our budget by request category. And from this table, you can see from the first row, the single largest category by far is our request for non-recurring appropriations or continued funding for various line items. That roughly 75% or so of what we're asking for is just to continue funding that we currently have.
The department CIP request is significant because we manage over 21.5 million square feet of facilities across 266 sites statewide. Our prior approaches to the implementation of the department CIP have not been effective in managing our school facilities and meeting the needs of our students across all islands. This is why we need to return to a risk-based and proactive approach to address our facilities and infrastructure needs. Much of our CIP budget is organized into 11 categories or lump sum buckets, as we see on this slide. For each bucket, we have developed a prioritized list of school projects that we believe is an efficient and manageable characterization of the department's necessary facility and infrastructure improvement needs for all schools statewide. It's important that we have the flexibility that is provided by appropriating funding in lump sum buckets as it gives us the ability to manage and execute more projects more effectively, efficiently, and in order of needs within these respective buckets. We understand that for some, this is a change in the management and implementation of the department's operations. We have continued the education and communication with our complex area superintendents and principals as we move forward to realign management and operations of the CIP and repair and maintenance programs. We have also begun to reach out to legislative leadership and others to help inform our partners of the changes. The department has reevaluated and will continue to reassess the CIP and deferred maintenance priorities with an updated perspective and is in the process of refining its prioritization process to distinguish between necessities and wants. The CIP request is the department's first step towards a more fiscally responsible, targeted, and sustainable strategy to address the basic infrastructure needs of an evolving and dynamic public education system. We're humbly asking for and need your support for this approach to best serve our students and staff. You can see the department's request of 1.8 billion for the biennium. You can also see the governor's budget of 685 million for CIP. We ask for your support of the department's request, both the strategic lump sum approach and the amount, to meet the needs of our students statewide. In closing, our budget request reflects the department's commitment to improving student outcomes and addressing the needs of our schools and communities. Over the years, we have seen progress in key areas from academic achievement to initiatives that foster equity and opportunity for all of our students. These gains demonstrate that thoughtful investment in public education yield meaningful results. We're confident that with your continued support, we can build on this momentum and ensure every student in Hawaii has access to the high-quality education that they deserve. Thank you for your time and attention today. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions and look forward to continuing to work together to strengthen public education for our state. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go over table 6?
Talk about CIP.
And then we can, what table? Yeah, then we can do that table. I was just, yeah.
Yeah, we got just over 60 general fund requests.
Yeah.
On table 6.
Yeah, so you can just
The first
be brief, and then if people have questions, then we'll interject.
the first 7 are for continued funding. Again, funding we currently have. So the first one, $15 million for utilities to continue that. The next line item is skilled nursing, 10 million. Next one is 3.25 million for service contracts. These are maintenance contracts. You can listed the types of contracts those are. Fourth item is for complex area funding. These are funds were added last year to help support investigations, accommodations, and sustainable operations. We're looking to continue that.
So that's divided equally, or?
Yes, it's fixed amount, approximately
There's a formula.
$110,000 per complex area for additional capacity. For the 15 complex areas.
Okay.
Fifth item, $1.5 million. It says soil mitigation to continue the work started this year.
Is that across, I mean, do you have a priority list of schools that have contamination? Are we aware of those? And is that a set list?
Yeah.
Well, you could just submit it to us, but we need to know which schools. are
No, but
contaminated.
this is being asked for 2 years, yeah? Or in the base?
Yeah. Basically it's for the neighbor islands, but
You
we
wanna
can
state
give
your
you
name?
that. Oh, apologize. Good afternoon. I'm JD Narasaki, Public Works Administrator for Facilities Development Branch with Office of Facilities and Operations. With respect to your question, Senator, the department does have a list. We can provide that list to you, but mainly it is the neighbor islands and addressing a lot of the prior use of the land during the sugarcane days, agricultural, and the chemicals that were used during that time. And so part of that mitigation in cleaning up the soil and working with the Department of Health.
So you have a list of what we have and what has been done and which ones are now green fields versus brown fields.
That is correct.
And you have a list of that.
Of what is still not, still needs to be done.
What's still-
That is correct. And we can definitely
Yes,
provide that.
please.
And we can have that there's EVs. So
But you're asking this to be recurring,
Yes, that is correct.
but once you clean up, you clean up.
Well, it's for the entire process, right? So
What's the entire
so
process?
Identification, remediation. So it doesn't just end next year. We still have that whole list. And
Yeah, so when the list is done,
that is correct.
then this doesn't have to be recurring.
That is correct. But right now it's recurring, just based on the amount of funds we get and what we can do to accomplish the work. We have not yet even touched all of Hawaii as well as Oahu and Maui.
How many schools do you have total?
Total, that's within that, I would have to get
Yeah,
back
you
to you.
have to, yeah, but you send us a list.
No, on table 6. Yeah, okay.
Well-
No, because because there's 17 pages and then we have to, the governor starts it in an hour. And so that's what we want to try. Yeah, no, so that's the 1.5. That's on page 58. That's the second to the last line.
what happens aside from remediation on brownfields? What happens when you have construction going on with EVs? Because on my school, High Hill, construction is going on. My alma mater elementary school, we found that there are EVs, so the project has been stopped.
So good question, Senator. For any project that we have construction work on and that we encounter EV on any site, we have to stop work and go and work with State Historic Preservation Division and come up with a plan that is appropriate.
Yeah, but going forward, I know it's gonna add to the construction cost because of the delays, yeah.
No, but do you have, is there a budget item for that?
No,
So that's an issue that you
That's-
guys are faced with here.
right, we
Yeah, but
address
that
it
would be
during
part of the construction budget.
During
Yeah.
the capital improvement program.
Okay, next item,
Thank you.
10 FTE.
Okay, the next two items relate to Act 126. It was
Okay.
passed last year. It's to support the Kaipuni program, Hawaiian immersion. First one is for 10 teachers. Number 6, number 7 is for 3 educational specialists. Okay. Number 8 is to add funds for, request to add funds for curriculum development to train department personnel.
Wait, those
And-
guys,
and
those
build
last
out
two with
Kaipuni.
regarding the Hawaiian language, does OHA help fund any of that?
It's probably not for a few years. We have been talking to OHA recently.
how
We
much-
just had a meeting.
How much is the entire cost of OHE?
Ooh, I have to get.
Oh, okay. I just want to know if OHA contributes to that or not.
Approximately it's a little over 3 million for both Hawaiian studies and 3 million for Hawaiian immersion.
Okay. Number 8.
Number 8 is for Kaipuni curriculum development. To increase Kaipuni strategic plan and implementation support. There's an effort to accelerate and do more. It's been a slow go with Kaipuni.
And this is located,
This would be, the program would be the Hawaiian language immersion program that the funding would be added to.
yeah, but not every school
It would
has
be a
it.
statewide program to support statewide.
In every school? No, I mean,
No,
yeah,
the
where is
schools
it?
that opt into the
Yeah,
Kaipuni program.
you don't know how, you don't have a list of that.
We can get a list of and the types of models that they're using.
Okay.
Okay, number 9, professional improvement leave for educational officers. This is sabbatical leave. It's something that's actually a compliance issue by contract. It's something that hasn't been funded for several years. We're asking for it to be provided for 7 educational officers a year.
Okay.
Number 10, this is for our gender equity program, $1 million. This is related to coaches' pay and ground transportation for Title IX sports.
Oh, yeah.
Sports money, do we have enough money for sports?
Well, they have,
You'll-
but
you'll-
they have several things in
you'll
here
see
for
it several,
sports.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Buses prices have gone up considerably in recent years.
Okay,
Next one is replacement of vehicles for the facilities maintenance branch, with the average age being 15 years old, 875,000. And this is recurring. It's going to take several years to update the fleet. Number 12, this is a request also for athletics to add funds for new sport to align with Title IX federal regulations. This is for flag football.
so how does this work? This goes through the office, Ray Fujino.
Ray Fujino retired, but
Yeah, that same
works
office.
together with that office, yes.
Yeah, and how many people in that office? 5.
Bryce Conishaw.
The org chart showed 5. Yeah, and what did 5 people?
5 people, yes.
Yeah.
4.
Plus Ray, or the Ray's position.
Yes.
Right?
Including clerical 4 positions.
No, so okay, the org chart shows 5, but what is the office called?
Office called.
Yeah, what is the name of the office?
Athletics administration. Athletics administration.
Okay, so I just want the members to hear that, because yesterday we had a discussion about a statewide athletics position going into DBED, and then HTA already does athletics, and then now you guys have 4 to 5 people focused on specifically on athletics, and so that came up, and so I want to make sure everybody knows that you guys already have a whole office for athletics.
We have that one position, that office that sits on the Office of Curriculum Instructional Design. Also, to help to support those offices, there is an executive director position at each of the counties. For each of the leagues.
For sports.
For athletics, yes. For the leagues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in addition to the 4 or 5 people, you have all the ones you just talked about.
Yes.
1 per complex.
One
per league. Okay. How many leagues total?
4 public school leagues.
Okay, so that's about 8 to 9 people.
8 people, 8 people, because Bryce's position, OIA, which is, so the athletics administrator doubles as also the OIA executive director. And then there is a KOI, KIF, BIF, and MIL.
Did we officially add the canoe group into the sports program for education? Was there a bill or something, or you guys started including
That complex area includes Molokai, Maui, Lanai. That's the canoe that you're referring to, yes, Senator. They're all part of MIL.
No, you're talking about racing.
Yeah. Because I thought, because canoe paddling
Oh,
or whatever
paddling,
was
sorry.
never included in education sports programs, right?
We do have paddling as an athletic event.
Okay, but why don't we keep
fine.
why don't we keep moving?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, number 13.
Okay, number 13 is for our vulnerable populations. This is to provide teachers and school and complex leaders with professional development for English language learning.
So you have
1.5 million.
you have someone teaching the teachers how to deal with this.
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Number 14, this is our second of 2 sabbatical related requests. This is just to cover the increased cost for the 50 teachers that are entitled to sabbatical per the collective bargaining agreement. It's not covering the full cost, it's just the marginal increase.
Okay.
Number 15, this is funds to support the transition from our student information system that supports our IEPs from one system called ECSSS to a new system called Ed Plans, as well as funds to support our impact aid survey collection efforts. Number 16, this is to create and manage the department-wide visitor and volunteer management system to include visitor and volunteer screening. And this is the sustained funding in response to the Harm to Student Registry effort that was passed last year. Number 17, this is funds for athletic healthcare and equipment due to the addition of a new school, a school on Maui Kalaniokoi. And number 18 is also related to Kalaniokoi with the need for a new an athletic trainer position. Currently, we don't have one in the budget.
This school is where? Central?
Kalaniokoi is on Maui,
Yeah.
Kihei.
Oh, that's the Kihei one.
Yes.
Okay, number 19 is another one of those continued funding requests. This is to sustain the summer programs that have been ongoing since 2020. The $20.9 million is continued funding. Our largest request.
And how many students total? 25,000.
Yes.
So 25,000
It's been
students.
growing.
Oh, 27. Oh, okay. You have here more than 25,000. So, okay, that's fine. Next.
Okay, number 20, also continued funding. This is funds to facilitate the workforce readiness learning opportunities for students. This is for the Workforce Development Office. 21, this is continued funding for a couple of electronic platforms to support surveys for SEL, attendance and behavior and mental health for students, as well as guidance for mental health management. 22, another continued funding request to support the middle school education effort to support leadership capacity. 23, this is a request for enrichment and tutoring activities specific for middle school students for out of school time.
What does this mean though? Well, it's not that big of an amount, but it's going to be training for the middle school administrators?
So that's the 22, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that's including training, equipment, supplies, support, being supported by an effort to
help increase attendance.
Build out middle school model.
The Association of Middle Level Education. So we have the chair moved back to a real intensive focus on our middle level education and middle level students. I think we showed earlier the data. And I think back to when I was in middle school is a challenging time for our students, especially coming after the pandemic. Our students, especially our middle level kids, have we need to re-engage them in best practices. So the position and the funding go to support that. One example is our middle level student leadership conference that actually is going to be held, I think, next month, with over 1,200 students coming to attend. And so in those middle level practices, we want to empower students and help them assume leadership roles. So the breakout sessions for that conference will be led all by middle level kids.
Okay, so that 350,000 is just for that.
Support that as well as a host of other initiatives to support middle level education.
Okay, and then 23.
23 is for that tutoring for middle school for out of school time.
After school.
Yes.
After school breaks.
Oh, and before. So all middle school students now have access to tutoring.
We want to be sure as many middle school students can have access to tutoring, especially if we're engaging them with after school activities. We do partner with different organizations where middle school kids are participating in intramural athletics, culinary, sewing, and things that help engage students to keep provide opportunities and learning for kids after school, and also at the same time have access to.
Okay, and this is statewide.
Yes.
So how do you divide up the 3 million then?
How do you divide the 3 million? Is that prorated?
Because how many middle schools statewide?
So currently, we will look at dividing
state your
by,
name.
sorry, Elizabeth Higashi is the Superintendent for Office of Strategy, Innovation, Performance. Our plan right now is to divide the money by allowing middle schools
How many?
all middle schools. So we
Yeah,
have
how many?
55 middle
55.
schools that we would want to support in providing them opportunity to apply for mini grants.
So the 3 million is gonna be split amongst the 55.
Correct.
So how much does that come out to per school? You just divide it, or is there a formula?
It's by grant and application. So we
Ah.
were looking at, sorry.
Okay, so it's not automatic. The school has to apply.
Correct. To include, we want them to apply in
The
order to
budget is
apply.
based on everybody applying or just a percentage?
It's based on everybody applying. So we would do a first round. And if we don't have applicants, then we would allow for supplemental applications in regards to the remaining amount.
So what would it come out to?
It would come out to 54,000 per school in the first round. And then whatever schools did not apply at that
And that
point,
pays for a whole year of tutoring at one school?
after school.
54,000.
Correct.
Okay. 24.
Okay, 24 is to expand the existing Hawaiian Studies program that is currently focused on K to 6 to cover K to 12, to expand to the higher grades.
That was what, statutorily required? Or board policy? Yeah, it says board policy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'd also point to the Constitution that tells us to support a Hawaiian education. It's one of the few things explicitly, and I think it's the only thing for curriculum in this Constitution.
25.
25 is funding to maintain the NeoEd applicant tracking system. It's a new system that's focused on recruitment and hiring. It does a lot more transparent mainland and getting a lot more recruits in as a result of this. But it's the licensing for software as a service going forward.
Oh, so that's in the base then.
It's something we need to get into the base. So this would be new funding.
Senator Aquino?
What kind of improvements are you guys expecting with this?
John Bacon, Assistant Superintendent for Talent Management.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Aquino. I think some of the improvements we're really looking for is just a lot more transparency with the public at this point right now. Before we were with our previous system, we were based on a pool-based recruitment. So the public didn't know where necessarily all of our vacancies were. So with this new NeoEd system, we went to a position-specific recruitment. The public is able to see where all of our vacant teacher positions, educational assistant positions are throughout the state. We're really just hoping that when people see positions that are in their neighborhood, in their community, that it will definitely help to attract them and will help with recruitment and retention. I think people before just weren't knowing where the vacancies were. They didn't know what they were applying for. So we're really hoping that this helps with some of our retention practices.
So not necessarily, making the hiring process quicker, but mainly for transparency's sake is what you're saying.
I think it's all of the above, actually. So it's also going but now it's all electronic based. So we're trying to get rid of all the paper-based practices. We really looked at change management through this whole process. So hiring managers will receive information through their email. They'll be able to click on and approve requisitions and things through an email instead of having things put in a pouch and through a courier service. So we're really trying to hope to increase the speed of filling positions too.
Okay, thank you.
So what would be what's the time to hire now? Like some departments say 6 months. So,
I can get that. I can get that from our system here.
and so how would that improve the time?
I think what we're really focusing on here is trying to have hiring managers have as much flexibility as possible so that when they're ready to hire, they can put in this electronic requisition and really trying to speed up the hiring process here.
Does it decrease that?
With the NeoEd process, what we're trying to do is decrease all of these times here so that we can get a qualified individual.
So it will shorten the.
That's the intent of this, yes. And we implemented the teacher side a little over a year ago, and the classified side has been about almost a year.
Okay, so you have part of this already for some jobs.
We have the NeoEd system up. It's operational at this point right now. We're just needing the continued funding so we can keep it operational at this point.
And you saw a difference?
We have seen a difference with the hiring at this point right now. I think
in regard to volume or time to hire?
I think the volume has definitely increased. We've seen Before, in the past, we were seeing with our previous EHR system on average about 10 to 12,000 applications on an annual basis. Sometimes we're seeing that in a couple of months now instead of on an annual basis. So the volume has definitely increased. But also I think the amount of hires that we've been able to do with some of our teacher positions, we were hiring around 12 to 1,300 on an average.
What's the average time
the previous
before and
year?
after?
The previous year, we hired almost 1,600 teachers.
So what's the average time before and after?
I'd have to get the number. I don't have that in front of me, Senator.
I think, Senator, if I might add, I think moving from the paper-based system to the electronic system, for us also, jump in if I'm misspeaking, Sean, that we're also now able to track if there is if there's a stall in the process. We know exactly where, in what office that the application is being held up.
That's correct.
So we're in the past, in a paper-based system, it would be really difficult to track, but now we know exactly where it is because it's electronic.
Yeah. So was there any consultation or discussion with DHERD with this system or no? It was just totally DOE separate.
The system that DHERD is using, NeoGov, this is a sister system of it, also NeoEd. UH is also using a similar system too.
Okay, so based on what I'm just wondering if all systems do what the superintendent just said, where we could track whose desk is it on, because we keep hearing from every department, oh, it takes so long to hire.
So, I mean, what we can track right now is like when the principal or the hiring manager puts in a requisition, we can see the date and time they put in the requisition. We can see then what the date that it was posted. We can see then when the list was released to the hiring manager. We can then track to see how long the hiring manager had the list. Once they make a selection, we can also track there. So there's different data points along the process.
Okay, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm looking at the vacancy list. How does that impact the vacancy list? The hiring.
I think, thank you, Senator Kim, for that question. I think at this point right now, the vacancy list, the department is in a continuous recruitment process throughout the entire year. We're really wanting to give, again, the hiring managers as much flexibility during the hiring process as possible. Yep.
The chair asked you earlier, how does that, has it made it faster? So I'm asking, how does it impact this vacancy list? Because you have some people on here from 2020, 2021, and it's not necessarily teachers. It's, engineering specialists and office assistant and secretary and all of this other stuff.
Well, I think, some of our positions we continually have out for continuous recruitment at this point right now. We're, across the state, I think we are dealing with a workforce shortage. I think we've really tried to focus on having.
Just focus on it. She's asking you, now that you have the system, how did it affect the vacancy list? Did it shrink dramatically because you got the system or no?
I'd have to get back on that answer to see what the vacancy looked like before and what it looks like at this point in time. I don't have a number in front of me at this point to be able to answer.
So the system recruiting and hiring new people? Or teachers or what?
It's recruiting all salaried classes of work. So it's recruiting any new individual and also any individuals that's wanting to transfer from one position
No, but what
to
about
another.
the vacancies? Are you using it for the vacancies as well? To fill
We are
the
using the
vacancies?
system to try to fill our vacancies, yes. So,
Try not to fill.
yeah, and we've also put dedicated recruiters both on our classified side and our teacher side to really try to get out into the field, get into our different job fairs, working with our local universities, working with our
No, we know
our
all
high
that,
schools.
but we know all that. That's standard stuff you're doing. We're just wondering when you talk about this new system, are you focusing in on the vacancies or just on new hires? But it sounded like it's mainly new hires.
Well, let me ask the question a different way then. So if I were to apply for a position in DOE, can I go in there and see all the vacancies in different sections?
That is
Or-
correct.
Okay, but do I have to go into each individual section? Because as someone looking for a job, I wouldn't know what sections you have. So is that listed separately?
This is hypothetical, by the way.
How you know?
I can try to recruit right now, right? There's, when you log on to the NeoEd system, it's all posted by position titles. So, and the nice part about the system too, is it actually, there's a map that you can go to. So if you're saying I'm looking for something in the Mililani area, you can actually zoom in on the map in the Mililani area, for example, and it'll show you the teacher positions, the classified positions to see, you know, what is it possibly in your neighborhood that you're looking for.
But don't you have to post these? I mean, not every single vacant position is, if I go online, it's gonna be recruiting for that, right? Don't you have to go out and post it and open it up?
So correct. So the hiring manager of each office is the one that is responsible for deciding when they want to post it. They'll work with our office then on submitting the requisition. Then the Office of Talent Management will then post those positions.
So I'm looking at this one page on table 11, and I see expected date fill, 225, 12725, 1625. All of these are within the next 3 months, 4 months. So of these, how many of them are actually posted? Can you get back to us and tell us that? Because if they're not posted, then these dates are just aspirational and you're not even current.
Your table 11.
Right? Because from my understanding is, and I don't know if it's the same for DOE, but for state jobs, first it has to be put out to current employees. And then after so many days or months, or I don't know, then they open it up to the public. So if this is not listed, it's not going to pop up if I'm applying or looking, right?
I think currently right now on our system, when I looked this morning, I believe there's about 750 current positions that are currently posted on our NeoEd
Okay,
system.
how many of the vacant positions are actually posted on your system just now? How many of that 700 something?
I would have to get that number. I don't have that in front of me, Senator.
Yeah, if you maybe you can get
We'll
that
get that
back.
to you,
Yeah.
Senator.
And then the
Of the 700, how many are new positions?
Again, I would have to get some of that information. I
Okay.
don't have that in front of me.
And then if you can tell us the times of how long it takes to hire before and after since you implemented the system.
Thank you.
Okay, one next.
Okay, just a couple quick comments. You'll see some requests later for additional help because they are getting so much more volume of applicants. There's some requests for extra hands to help with that work. One other point is we allocate as appropriated. All positions are authorized to be filled. We don't hold any positions open to generate salary savings. Schools are authorized to sell positions that are vacant and convert that money into operating funds if they so choose.
Okay,
Number kind of tie off the vacancy conversation.
Okay, number 26.
26. This is a request for 6 positions. The first one is for an ed specialist to support applied math. Second one is to support financial literacy and other ed specialists, and then 4 teacher positions to focus in the following areas: fine arts, world languages, English language arts, and social studies.
And these go to specific schools?
These are to support, to provide support from the Office of Curriculum Instructional Design, State Office.
Okay.
We currently have it at best, I think, 1 educational specialist for these areas, and it's to in those 4 areas for the teachers, it's to add a complement of a teacher position to also support the effort to support all schools. Okay, 2027. This is 4 FTEs, is 1 ed specialist and 3 12-month teachers to support career and technical education pathways. 28 is to add $300,000 to scale the Na-Peno-Au program to all state offices, complex areas, and schools. Strengthen students and staff sense of belonging, responsibility, excellence, aloha, total well-being in Hawaii, the tenets of HA.
Chair, can we go back to 26? Sorry if I missed that. Your priority 26 on page 36. For your 6 positions. I'm happy to see this because I know the legislature has been asking for financial literacy. So these are new positions, the 6 positions. Yes.
Hi, I'm Heidi Armstrong, Department of Education, and yes, these are new positions.
Okay. And then a follow-up to that is, as you build it out in the state office centralized, I know Superintendent Hayashi, we've had a conversation about this, is you would have to figure out whether financial literacy course will be a requirement or an elective. So these folks would kind of figure that out in that sense?
The, the position for financial literacy will help develop continue to develop financial literacy curriculum and rollout. The Board of Education is the entity that determines what credits are required for graduation. So that, the answer to that question would go that route.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm very grateful to see this. Thank you.
No, so what that means is that it's not going to be required. Right now, you're just asking for this position because the determination if it's required is with the Board of Ed, correct?
If it's required is with the Board of Ed, but financial literacy is very important.
Right.
And we have a lot of financial literacy efforts and curriculum that's spread throughout our schools.
Selective, right?
It can be an elective. It can just be we do have financial literacy elective courses.
But you just have a financial literacy requirement.
Not a requirement.
For
Correct.
schools, and this position is not going to change that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, but some of this though, are you coordinating with other efforts throughout the department that have already established a curriculum?
Yes, yes. And we do
Like
have
Kinley School for Adults, because when we went, right, they developed a whole workbook.
Yes, there are, and we have an online curriculum, but we have several curriculums, and we are aware of the curriculum that you're talking about as well.
I hope the board will keep a note of how many bills are being introduced on financial literacy requirement and how many has been introduced in the past, because that is certainly something that we want to see.
So would the department be opposed if we require that to be one of the, not on a, like part of the curriculum, a required class?
I think that the bigger question is to answer is we do want all kids to have financial literacy, and whether it be through a requirement or through an elective, but that wouldn't be all students, or through some type of badging system that goes in their personal transition plan, which would show evidence that they have been through coursework in financial literacy. So there's many options, and that's part of the bigger discussion on what goes into the graduation requirements, because we can't have 30 credits for graduation because they would be in high school forever. So it's
you would just reduce the amount of, some of the electives.
Well, but it already is an elective.
Yeah.
But an elective is means not every student has to take
No,
that
exactly.
particular course.
So you reduce the amount of electives and you just increase the required. So this would be a required.
I think, Senator, if I might, to reduce the elective opportunities for students, especially in high school, that may also limit their access.
So this might
to
not be
other-
in high school. It could be in middle school.
to other programs.
It could be a semester, it doesn't necessarily have to be a
Yeah.
year.
I mean, I
At least
remember
something.
when I went to Wahiwa Inter, now it's middle, you had 1/4 wood shop, 1/4 metal shop, 1/4 house homemaking, 1/4, it doesn't have to be a whole year.
Correct. And as you talk about middle school, it could be part of a wheel, the wheel where they.
But it should be required.
Right, it shouldn't be only some people get it.
Okay.
This position actually then would help to organize that as deputy chair, the different. Many.
So
of the
you guys
different
are not
positions.
opposed to a requirement.
Maybe we
I
can.
think that would be a discussion with the board for us. So we'll work together with the board on.
No, but you
moving
wouldn't,
forward.
would you oppose a bill that requires it?
I think, Senator, looking at the bigger picture, I think there are a number of things that we need to look at. One,
Because the cost of living in Hawaii is high.
yes,
Right.
it is.
And so the sooner we can teach people about managing credit cards, savings,
Mhm.
healthcare, providing for health, all of those things, saving for your house, the better.
We'll take a look at it and definitely get back to you.
Also, I do just want to add with that, that it's important you consider the communities that are a little bit more impoverished than others.
That need
This would be something that would be super helpful for my community, probably more so than woodshop or some other areas, but we have to really consider all aspects. So I know that our community would support something like this. So please strongly consider it when you put it on the table with your board to consider communities such as myself that really need to learn how to be wise with their finances. So just wanted to say that.
I think that applies to every person. You cannot live today and earn a living if you don't have financial literacy, no matter where you're from. So it shouldn't be based on area. It should be based, education in public schools from K to 12 is teaches you ready for life. You can't be ready for life if you don't know financial literacy.
You can't save for a house or your, you can't.
Figure out your paycheck, nothing.
You have to be able to.
You're right. Yes.
Okay. 27. Oh, you think you did that already? Yeah, 28 or 29. Okay.
Time check.
Yeah.
We got a lot of questions.
This next one is for one position for guidance in the area of student attendance. You saw the importance of attendance in the presentation earlier. Two positions for 2 Coast Guard JROTC instructors, annual salary, that's 50% of the salary because the federal government.
And which schools? I feel like this is a recurring ask.
This particular one is Kalani High School, Senator, and it is a Coast Guard. I believe it's the first Coast Guard JRTC program in Hawaii, and one of just a few in the country, I believe, at a high school. So this is Kalani High School.
Okay.
31 is a 12-month state office teacher to lead the department's digital transformation for learning planning effort for training and implementation of distance learning tools. Number 32 is a position, a middle school leadership specialist position.
Okay, but back to 31. I thought you guys worked this all out with COVID though. Because during COVID, we had quite a bit of distance learning.
We did. Senator, this is it. It would focus on distance learning, as well as education technology. I think how some of the ways that we could also incorporate AI into our curriculum, in those areas.
No, but did you have dedicated staff back then, or is this in addition to, or is this new?
Good afternoon, Terry Ushijima, Assistant Superintendent from the Office of Curriculum Instruction Design. So, Senator, you're right. This position was very much, it started when we had COVID and schools had to transition from, in-person teaching to virtual teaching. And as you know, the learning loss isn't something that you recover over right away. And also in terms of technology and the advancement and the tools for teachers to use with students, continues to change very fast. The latest is with AI and how you use that. We also have schools that don't have access to certain digital types of equipment. So this position works very closely also with our state distance learning program. And they have, one of the things that this position does is works with our fabrication lab.
So how many people do you have total working on this distance learning?
Oh, for our distance learning, we have the 13 positions that we received. This is for our statewide. So in fact, we've narrowed our focus for our state distance learning program from the time we had COVID. And so this is also providing opportunities for not just schools who send students to distance learning, but for example, we are working with a school in Kaimuki, and this position helps to train the teachers at that school, who in turn trains teachers. So they help them use digital print, those 3D printers that they don't have at their school, and they're able to do their own types of projects to enhance their learning. That increases, critical thinking skills, collaboration, communication skills. So
I think we relied very heavily on ESSER funds to get us through the pandemic.
So this was already established through Esther and now you want to put A funds.
Yes,
So this is a live body.
yes.
But what I don't understand is she or the instructor is now providing instruction to one teacher at each school.
Oh, no, it's, she's available to the, schools that are interested. And so it's really, because her role has been shifting, now one of the primary things that she's focusing on is helping other teachers with technology tools to use with students, such as, creating the more maker space kind of fabrication.
But I thought you said like in the Kamuki example,
Yes.
she teaches one teacher that teaches the rest.
Yes, and
Why doesn't she just teach
This-
all the teachers?
she can, and that's what we want to do. We want to expand more. And with this continued position, that'll give us more opportunities to do that, especially if schools are in remote areas. We're able to reach them and provide the service.
So this was a new position created through Esther, soup created.
So, yes,
And then now you're asking for general fund.
yes.
So how are you paying for it now?
It's the requests for superintendent approval.
No, how are you paying for the current position?
It's a RSA.
A little bit of ESSER funds available at the beginning of this year. Order and created some savings that are allowing us to sustain some of the work. But we can't sustain that indefinitely.
Okay, number 32.
Okay, so similar is the next position is to sustain work for a middle school leadership specialist position. Implement student councils, enhance student activity programs.
You don't have somebody by now that does this already.
We have one at the high school.
Okay.
This is to help coordinate at the middle school level. The middle school student activity coordinators.
So all this time, nobody was doing that.
Middle level, so not all schools right now have middle level student activity coordinators. Our goal though is to, when we look to engage and support our middle level kids, to provide that kind of opportunity, but we need coordination. So we do have one person who does it extremely well at the high schools across the state. So she coordinates the one of the things is the Hawaii State Student Council and bringing all the student leaders together.
So this is duplicate except at
at the middle level to engage our middle level kids. Yes.
And this is an existing position?
This is a existing position, I believe. Yes, it's filled. It's a live body.
And you're using what funds now?
Similar to the previous.
Same, yes, sir.
General fund savings realized because for the first quarter of this year, we had access to ESSER funds because of the overlap in state and federal.
I know some members. So is it because you had the ESSER funds that you guys said, okay, we got to use the funds, so we're going to start creating positions, and then now you're asking for general funds to sustain it?
I think the need for us on the middle level education. When we first came back from the pandemic, one of the major priorities that I wanted to be sure that we put forward was middle level education, because it was our middle level kids.
No, you're not going to succeed at high school if you're not going to be. I mean, the continuum has to be strong. I agree with that.
Yes.
But what I'm asking is, did you create this because you had ESSER funds, so you're trying to spend it, and then now we're having to do A funds, or was this before that?
It's been a need, and ESSER funds gave us the open door to finally get it started. And it was the right time with the superintendent's focus on middle level education and what are the areas where we need to grow and support. And we looked at student leadership, student activities, focusing on the whole child for middle school.
So how many positions total
So
did
there,
you guys end up creating with ESSER funds? Soup created.
We can get that. I don't have the exact number.
That now we're having to do A funds.
I can get back to you on that, Senator. I don't have the exact number.
Because I know some members, we get other departments that apply for federal grants. They get that, and once the grant is done, then they want A funds to keep it going. And so that's like and there's a live body, and so that's a way that departments keep growing.
I think, and I could be wrong, Brian, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe when we looked at ESSER funds, we were, it wasn't our intent to continue those positions. The majority, I believe, of our positions, our spending was not into recurring A positions.
No, I know, but so far you got two.
Yes, out of, those are definitely needs for us at the state office.
Okay, 33.
Thank you.
33 is a request for institutional analyst position to support superintendent's office to advance the strategic plan, priorities of the superintendent and other entities, such as the legislature.
And this is new or somebody's in there?
I'm not sure, Senator. Is this new? I'm not sure this is a new position.
We can follow up on that if that's
okay.
I'm not
30,
seeing an answer.
34.
34 is we're going to have the next few are going to be continued funds for. So this is the first
this
one.
Is kind of important, right? This is Safer Watch.
Yeah, this started at $5 million with DLE for Safer
Yeah,
Watch.
and this program is working.
We're in the process of piloting it at one of our high schools.
How come it's taking so long?
There's the consulting. We're in the consulting confer process, and getting the memorandum of agreement and understanding finalized.
Okay, this should be a priority though, because so many incidents are happening at schools now, and the parents, you know, coconut wireless is not a good option. That you got to get this kind of stuff up. If not, it ends up being coconut wireless, which is harder for you guys to manage.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, if not, we're all calling you because the parents are calling us because the information is not getting out there.
Okay, we'll expedite our work with Department of Law Enforcement.
Yeah, because there's been several incidents already. Okay.
Sure. Question. How is this different? Because I know further you have another request, priority 41 for 4 million for contracts related to this. So is it working with DLE and then contracts for security?
I believe the 4 million, and if I'm wrong, Brian, I believe the 4 million is a request for night security.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so different.
It's different. Yeah.
And the technical reason why we have two separate line items is we wanted to show what was recurring, non-recurring money we're asking to have recurring, which is the 5 million, and the 4 million being new money to sustain or to have that night security funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
When is your pilot project starting? You just said that you were going to be starting a pilot project. When is that?
As soon as possible. We're in the process of setting everything up through an agreement with MOA and the consulting confer process. Once that's done, then
and you chose the school?
Yes, we did.
Where is that?
If I can share that with you offline, Senator.
Okay, that's fine. You can send a memo and I can share with the members.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
How many schools are going to be included? Okay, so with this 5 million, how many? Well, what is that? No. Oh, it's 5 million. How many more schools?
We're looking at a phased approach. So we're piloting with the one school to see to work out any kinks to move it forward.
So the money last year was only enough for one school.
I don't believe we came in a request for Safer Watch last year.
No, I thought we added something in conference.
I think that was the 5 million that was added.
Right, we did, right?
Chair.
5 million last year.
My understanding was that 5 million in the current budget was for fencing, security fencing. Does that ring a bell maybe? Because that was something that we had looked into specifically because your former school, as you know, there's a lot of activity along that pathway behind the campus. So I think that was specifically for fencing, security fencing.
Last year.
This current budget.
But last year we did add, right? In DLE or in DOE? Yeah.
Yeah. So this line item is to make that what was non-recurring recurring.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, is the 5 million only for the one pilot that we put in last year? Because then that seems expensive for only one school.
Senator, I'll get to I'll check into it and then.
Because
I'll get back
you're
to you.
asking for 5 million recurring and now that's gonna be phasing to everyone. The metrics seem off.
Yeah. I'll get back. I'll follow up with you, please. Thank you.
Okay, 35th item is again to continue funding to help educators effectively implement computer science programs. 36 is continued funding to support participation in the AP programs, including subsidies for tests as well as things such as brain camps and other supports for students to pass AP classes.
In that case, I don't know how many on this table was in AP though. All public school, but I don't know how many AP.
37, interstate travel funds to support neighbor islands to participate in JROTC programs that are held on Oahu. Equity issue, continued funding there. 38 is also continued funding to support licensing for a system called Smart Find Express. It's a software system. It's a substitute system that helps teachers for calling in and for identifying substitutes, for securing substitutes. 39 is continued funding. What's for our student activity fund, which sees inflation costs on it. Student activity fund is an accounting system that schools use to manage their local school funds.
Okay, but in this, that unfortunate incident that happened at Mililani.
Yes.
How does this help avoid things like that?
So I believe those were held out. Those are dollars held outside of our systems.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if we need a bill, but I still think if any nonprofit is to some extent using education to raise money, or especially DOE or a school, DOE should be able to make sure that they're audited. Because if you're being used to some extent, then you should know that that nonprofit is going to be spending that money wisely. Because if not, anybody can say I'm raising money for a school, a booster club, and then we're going to have the same incident that happens. So I'm not sure how. I don't know if you guys gave any thought to that, but we should figure that out because I know the principal had a hard time getting the books from the nonprofit.
Yes. Can we?
Yeah.
But that has to be something.
Currently, the Attorney General's office, I think, is tasked to provide oversight for nonprofits, but it's something that if we do take on, we're not currently equipped to do it.
Well,
We're supposed to put that plug in.
even if it's the AG, but there has to be a lot more transparency between the nonprofits that are, like I said, on behalf of the school or raising money for athletics, and the state being able to make sure that everything is kosher.
It's reputational risk for us. That loss, the athletics one was.
Because if not, if it happens again, what are we going to do? We're going to say, okay, you know what, then no more booster clubs.
We'll work with your office on it.
Okay, we have a few people that, in high school. Wait, what high school did you go to?
The best high school. James Campbell's.
Okay.
The best one and the overcrowded one.
Okay. Wait. Which high school did you go to? Oh, see, all public school. All public school. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just wanted to talk about that. So, in a nonprofit, and I know because I use and I fill out the facility, they provide their nonprofit license. So I don't think it would be hard for even the school or even DOE to follow up if they're, in good standing or, all of these, like how Senator De La Cruz said, is in kosher. Because the reason why I bring this up is because there's a lot of fly-by-night sports teams that use our gyms, call themselves a nonprofit, but they're for profit, and nobody checks on them. Volleyball, basketball, they use the gym or the facility. Sometimes they don't even use a facility permitting process. But those are the things that I think Senator De La Cruz is talking about, because they call themselves that they're raising money for the kids, and then they realize, hey, where's the 501c3? Where's the transparency? Anybody can follow up if there actually is one 501c3. I mean, they're using their cousin's number. We don't know that. I know that because you guys ask that all the time and we provide it. But we don't fundraise. We do events that give free to the community, but we still got to give them our nonprofit license. We never did use for profit or raising money on state property. But I know that it is happening what Senator De La Cruz is saying, to keep it on the up and up, to make sure that we can check on those things, especially internally with the schools. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You just don't want, if we don't get ahead of it, I just hate a couple more incidents and then now DOE is going to have a policy saying,
Yeah.
okay, no more.
Thank you. Thank you for looking out for us.
Okay, 40.
Number 40 is continued funding for math camps.
Yeah, I don't know how many of us on this table went to that kind of stuff either. Okay, I probably should have.
I think it's to make math more accessible to all.
Okay,
41 is to request contracts to enhance safety and security on campuses, $4 million. So this is the one mentioned previously. This one I would just note that the department had originally requested a larger amount. This was the scaled down version and focus would be night security.
of all campuses or of select
We would
campus,
have
high
to
risk
prioritize
or,
Select campuses.
so if there's previous incidents, then that's when you deploy someone there.
Yes. Just speaking from, as Senator had shared, personal experiences, when we did have, folks coming on campus, doing all sorts of mischievous things. And, once we did have night security on, that everything stopped. So it was very effective.
Yeah.
What district was that?
My former school.
Must be because they're not happening over there. Our campus is too big. You know, all the schools there, and then it doesn't help that they drive to campus and sit in a car. So that's the problem that I'm having in my area, because you guys have an awesome.
Plus, you have multiple schools, like
That's what I mean. So yeah,
footprint. It's so
what I'm
large.
saying, they never get out of the car. And before, they had an awesome security guard there that was really cheap for the DOE, but they never like people because of conflict of interest. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I just
Now it's free.
you put it in so that they can at least walk the campus
Yes,
and come out of the car.
I believe the vendor we're working with now, needs to get, if we can get the support from
Yeah.
the funding and the night security, you're right, that we do have some situations where security goes from school to school.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
if these situations, you know, if it's,
This is night.
the need is there, we can
contract is
station a security attendant, security guard there at the school.
Yeah.
And they walk around because we need to punch in.
Oh, yeah.
Stations, yes,
But it is a big, like I just say, it's a big area for one
yes,
security to do all 5 campuses.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So Superintendent, one more question. So this is the contract for night security. But so do you have security attendants or security during the day at the schools, and how many are there?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. At our high schools and our middle schools, we have school security attendants. There are a couple of elementary schools. I know that principals have purchased school security attendant positions just because of the for safety of the students and the dynamic of the area. But our secondary schools have school security attendants,
Yeah.
which is separate from
And that
contracted
there are
attendants.
employees of.
They're employee of the department, yes.
But some principals have told me they have a difficult time keeping those security guards because the pay is so low.
Yes. We in working with Office of Talent Management and with the board and with HGA, we were able to implement a tiered system
With training.
with training.
Yeah.
So that there's an opportunity for our school security
Yeah.
attendants to advance.
Yeah.
Um,
Similar like an instructor.
Yes. It's the compensation for school security still though there is a need to help support them in that area.
So,
School security
but
attendants.
has the training helped retention?
I can get that information. I believe it has from what I've heard.
Because if
from
they get
principals.
increased salary because they took the class.
And they'll stay. Yeah, and they get and there are other they training on how to interact with students, which I think is
Oh,
really
we got all
important.
kinds of terroristic
Yeah.
training, bombs. I mean, got so many things now we're dealing with that the security attendant probably could, one, use the compensation, but two, would probably, appreciate the training.
From the principals that I've talked to,
it has helped. But if you're hearing otherwise, then, please let me know and then I can.
No, I didn't know
follow.
you guys started it, but that's
The training chair.
oh, who does that?
I'm not sure who does the training. I can get back to you on that.
Wait, which position?
Office of Facilities and Operations up.
Not the same people do the training for UH, right?
No, no,
No,
no,
No.
long story.
So, Chair, you get security at all schools or attendance at all schools at night?
Not at all schools currently, Senator. It's for schools that have requested the support. And then we look at what's been happening at schools at night. And then based on that, we would deploy based on available funds.
Can I get a list of the schools in my district that have
Sure.
requested
We can get that to you.
and that have been filled?
Okay, we can get that.
Thank
For
you.
night security, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, next.
Okay,
Just like ask the question now, you keep saying school security, but isn't the classification attendant?
Yes,
Yeah, they're not security, right? It's not labeled security, yeah?
school security attendant.
That's what it is, school
Yes.
security attendant,
Yes.
because I thought it was school attendant resource officer.
The SRO it's a different position. The resource officer is actually on our neighbor island counties. So, Maui County, Hawaii Island County, and, Kauai County, they have resource SROs, resource officers that support the secondary schools. And that's in partnership with, the county police department.
Okay, next.
okay, the next two line items, 42 and 43 are just revolving fund ceiling increases, one related to Medicaid, the other for facilities development branch. And there are non-general fund reports that relate to those items. 44 is our shortfall, $3 million request to help with athletic ground transportation due to inflation. 45 is a request for training for conferences. It's a lump sum request of $2 million. This is to help to avoid or reduce to provide professional development while containing some of our travel costs, bringing training in-house. 46 is a request in
I like to briefly go back to 44.
Yeah.
Because my colleague over here is really concerned that some of these athletes, and COV athletes, gonna get transportation to the different islands or different locations without sleeping on a bus for 2 days to get to one place on an island, on the other side of the island. So is that money that you're asking for here, is that gonna help offset the neighbor islands for the transportation? Would it be more convenient for them to get to their sports?
Definitely, Senator. Maybe if we can touch bases after the hearing today. I'd like to know what, if you can share with me the schools, because I don't think it's right to have
That
a,
would be great with us though.
okay, I,
So basically, there was a position put in yesterday in DBED. The outreach was to go to you folks. So we've requested for even air travel for sports.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know if we're talking about competition wise and fairness. How do we get those students in hard isolated areas to compete at the same level? And I don't see nothing in there. So I'm trying to figure out, are you guys putting something in there for
No,
travel?
but do you have anything in your base already for it?
Yeah. What is the breakup? Because this is ground travel, yeah.
this is wrong.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it can
so if
air
you're a
travel.
student from Molokai or Lanai or Hana.
we have a program specifically for the canoe district, athletic transportation.
And how much is it?
We provide that.
Okay, if you can get that
One
to
of-
I'm
us.
sure work with you, Senator, on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, next.
I think we're at 46. This is a request starting in FY 27 for funding for 20 permanent licensed mental health intervention specialists. Folks currently going through a program at Chaminade to get PhDs so that they can come out and work for the department and provide higher level mental health services. Things like suicide threat assessments and
So the
placements.
20 people are spread throughout the state?
So currently, these 20 folks in the cohort are prior to going in the cohort, they were our employees. And the goal was to, we got a grant, an $8.2 million grant to fund their education. So when they return to the department, they'll have this, it's a doctoral program, and they'll have the skills to treat our students with the highest level of need. Currently, we have to send many of those students off island for residential treatment because we don't have the personnel to provide for their needs on island. So the goal for these positions would be to have them go through the program, come back to the department in this level of position, and provide the support and the therapy and the all of the placement options for these students to try and keep them on island with the right level of support so that we don't have to go send them to residential treatment facilities on the mainland.
Okay, but if they were existing employees, why are you asking for new positions?
Because it's a different position. So they might have been in, the positions that they were in are still needed, but now this is a new position that we currently don't have, so we have to send kids
Okay, so
away.
those 20 people, now you got to fill their jobs.
Correct.
What kind of jobs were they? They're not the psychologists, or are they psychologists?
Let me see if I have a history of who. They might have been school psychologists. They might have been behavioral health specialists. I don't know what their current roles were. Same field, just different expertise that they're getting.
So when they were in training, who was doing the work of the psychologists in the various schools?
No, this is a new service.
It's a new service.
No, no.
These are not people that were in the psychology.
Those people basically forfeited their jobs, went into this program, and then now she's rehiring them with the 20 positions. So then she's got to fill their old jobs.
I will get back to you on the positions that they were or are in. What happened to those positions? Did their schedule allow them to do both of these programs at the same, continue to do their work and then
psychologists
take
fill
a,
the positions because that's needed in the school.
correct. So I can get back to you on who's in the cohort, but the goal for the 20 positions would be to give one of these positions to each complex area. And then our highest need complex areas, which would be Ka'u, Nanakuli, Waianae, the Canoe District, all of Maui, and Kauai.
Just give us a list of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if you don't mind, we're gonna recess. And we're gonna have an info briefing with the governor's office, and we'll continue right after. Okay, so we're gonna recess.